Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit tha.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve. Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit tha.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit THA.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve. Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit THA.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Okay, good morning. I'm Evan Smith, the CEO of the Texas Tribune. On behalf of my colleagues at our 13-year-old nonprofit digital news organization, I want to welcome you to this day-long preview of the 88th legislative session, the fourth time we've gathered in early December of an even-numbered year to explore the issues and poke at the politics of the fabled 140 days. Thanks to those of you in the room for being here, as well as to anybody watching online. And in fact, we have about 2,500 RSVPs between in-person and online. We're expecting a big crowd to come and go today in person. Many more people who are going to be joining us remotely. As usual, we put together a great program with a diverse mix of speakers. We really hope you enjoy it. Little housekeeping before we begin. Please wave hello when you see them to the Texas Tribune team members in the room. They worked enormously hard over many months on the planning of this event, and they've been working equally hard over the last couple of days to ensure that it comes off without a hitch. They include Agnes Varnum, Rob Avila, Chris Svoboda, April Hinkle, Terry Quinn, Irma Fernandez, Sewell Chan, James Barragon, Brian Lopez, Eleanor Klibanoff, and Karen Brooks Harper. Also want to thank anybody in the room who is a member of the Texas Tribune. and anybody watching us online who's a member. Your support for 13 years has made the work of our news organization possible, and we're thrilled to have you be part of our community. Of course, this is when I say, if you're not already a member, but you value the independent, in-depth journalism of the Tribune, especially heading into a legislative session, there is no better time to become a member than now. TexasTribune.org/join to sign up. Speaking of support, today's event is sponsored by many civic-minded organizations. Briefly indulge me while I call them out: Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, Gulf States Toyota, the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute, Methodist Healthcare Ministries of South Texas, Raise Your Hand Texas, the Texas Association of Community Colleges, the Texas Cattle Feeders Association, the Texas Hospital Association, Texas State Technical College, and Texas 2036, along with the Office of Public Insurance Counsel. Here's the drill. Our panels will last about 45 minutes, followed by a Q&A for the balance of the hour. We have microphones on either side of the room. The moderator will alert you when it's time to line up to ask questions, and I hope you will. You know, it's been a long time since we've been doing regular in-person events. One of the things that I've missed is all of you asking better questions than the people on stage. Because all of you are smart. That's why you're here, because you care about this stuff, and you know often as much as the people on stage. So ask good questions, and my plea to you would be, ask questions, don't make speeches. Out of respect for the people on stage and the people around you in the room. Please silence your phone. If you're tweeting about this panel or any other, assuming there's still a Twitter, because it's been 5 minutes, right? Use the hashtag TT events, okay? Yep, now it's my pleasure to introduce our kickoff session, a roundtable discussion with some of our favorite reporters in the Capitol Press Corps. It's moderated by Jim Henson, director of the Texas Politics Project here at UT Austin. Since before there was a Texas Tribune, Jim has been part of our family. We are lucky to know him. We're lucky to have worked closely with him all this time, and we're especially lucky to have him on stage today. Jimmy, take it away.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. I suppose as part of the other home team here, welcome to the University of Texas. Welcome back for most of you. And thanks for the great introduction, Eve. Good to see you, of course. So the theme here, politics and the 2023 legislative session, narrowed down very nicely. I want to introduce our panel. I think we have somebody on the way. So I'm going to go from left to right, broadly speaking. On my immediate left, Brad Johnson is a senior reporter for the Texan, where for the past 3.5 years, he's covered the Texas legislature and state politics with a focus on fiscal policy and energy. Next to Brad is Nikki Griswold. Many of you will recognize as a state politics reporter for the Austin American-Statesman. This is her first stint, she tells me, public stint here, since she moved to the Statesman, she worked as a political reporter for Spectrum News in Austin for a few years. And next to Nikki is James Barragan, who is a politics reporter for the Texas Tribune with a focus on accountability reporting. Prior to joining the Tribune, he worked as a State House reporter for the Dallas Morning News with previous stints at the aforementioned Statesman and the Los Angeles Times, kind of his hometown newspaper, broadly speaking. Yes. If you're from Southern California, close enough, right? And we're hoping to be joined in a bit by Taylor Goldenstein, who is a state reporter from the Houston Chronicle. And, you know, I'm just going to say for Taylor, it's Austin, traffic, all right? All right, guys, so, you know, we've talked about this. Let's start broadly. We just came out of an election campaign in which a lot of the discussion during the campaign was about the competing agendas of the two parties. In Texas, one party won decisively. So I think I want to start by looking at how you all think the winning party is interpreting that election win and how that's going to affect the agenda going into the legislature. I'm going to start at my immediate left.
So obviously, Texas Republicans had a lot better night than national Republicans, and I think they'd be the first to admit that and tout that. That sets the table for quite a fight in the legislature, especially among Republicans. I think we're going to see fights over something like school choice. That's going to be knockdown, drag out. How much do we spend the surplus on and for what purpose? We saw Lieutenant Governor Patrick and the rest of the LBB set the cap without busting it, set the cap for spending that surplus at like $12.5 billion. That'll evaporate pretty quickly, and the estimated $27 billion would already evaporate pretty quickly with all these different interests. A big fight will be on property taxes. We heard the governor during his campaign stress multiple times that he wants to use at least half of the $27 billion on directly cutting property taxes. Patrick said at his press conference that's probably not doable unless we either, quote, get creative or bust the cap, which he does not want to do. I don't think many Republicans want to do that. They don't want to set that precedent, at least in the words of Lieutenant Governor Patrick. So it's going to be like it has for the last 20 years, a lot of internal fighting between the Republicans and issues important to them mainly. And then you will always have the threat of another quorum break, or at least thoughts of what happened last year. How much do we push the issue and maybe have another one of those on our hands? I don't think Democrats really want to do that again, but if they feel they need to, I think they probably will. But maybe it won't come to that. But they're going to see a lot of Republican gauging how much can we push through, along with trying to compromise amongst themselves on the various issues that divide them.
For the rest, to expand that discussion, how do we handicap that? Please, either one of you jump in there. In other words, I think that's a pretty good summary of what's going on out there with the budget surplus sort of hovering out there. But in a lot of the things you mentioned, as you said, there's a lot of contention. Is there any way to handicap that at this point? What do you think, Nikki? In terms of who's going to favor what and what has pride of place right now? And look, we can all be straight. I mean, the things that people are talking about most really is property taxes. But I think below that, there's disagreement about how to do that and where that should be in terms of the other competing priorities.
Yeah, I think when it comes to how Texas Republicans are interpreting the election results, I kind of read their response as seeing it as an endorsement of the issues that they chose to prioritize during their campaigns: border security and law enforcement, as well as the economy, and as Brad mentioned, lowering property taxes. That was also reflected in Patrick's list of priorities for the upcoming session. I think what we didn't see on there was school choice, which historically has been a battle between more rural Republicans and urban Republicans who overwhelmingly support that issue. I think when it comes to handicaps and fissures in the Republican Party, I'm looking mostly towards school choice as a big issue for them to deal with.
It's going to be horse trading, honestly, because we're all talking about what the lieutenant governor has said, and he's a shrewd politician. He's put out his priorities, but those priorities, particularly on property taxes, bump up against the governor, who says he wants to use half of that $27 billion surplus for property taxes. The lieutenant governor is already saying, hey, there's no easy way to do that, so let's figure out ways around it. And then the House Speaker is saying, well, how about we use some of that money for infrastructure, right? And so we've got all these different ways that people want to use the money. And then we've got other minor, smaller, well, I guess not minor for the people who it might happen to, but smaller issues in the grand scheme, like this thing about making illegal voting felony again, right? Which the House Speaker said last time during the special session, like, this is not the time to do it. But he didn't say no. So now during a regular session, maybe it is the time to do it, right? And maybe you trade that one and you tick off all the Democrats, but hey, you move on the infrastructure, right? It's the horse trading that's happening here. So I think that's what this session is mostly going to be about. Who is going to get what from the big three and from like just the Republicans in general. It really is a Republican world and everybody else is just kind of living in it, right? But it's to your first question, I think it's just going to be a continuation of what we saw in 2021. Because if in 2020 Democrats really gave it a shot to take over the House, and the people spoke, and Republicans won, and they held the numbers in the House, and they held the numbers in the Senate, and they took that as a mandate to go and just like run the gamut, run the table, and do everything that they wanted to do, right? And so if that was in 2020 and in 2021, they gained even a small gain, but it's a gain, then why would they do anything different? So I think we're just going to see a continuation of what we've seen before.
You know, that's a good way of kind of transitioning to something we were all talking about in the green room a little bit, because it, you know, and as I said back there, all of these, I'm going to list a few oppositions. They're all overly simple, and if you called me as reporters, I would tell you that, but now I get to be a moderator and use shorthand. So, you know, I'm wondering how you guys weigh the relative weights of the different cleavages that you raised at the outset. I mean, you know, we could make it a big list and people would have their own to add. You know, the friction, but you know, the traditional friction between the House and the Senate, even when the same party controls both. There's the friction between, you know, you pick your arm of the unstable triad of the big three of the governor, the lieutenant governor, and the speaker. All kinds of internecine conflicts between and tensions, personality and policy-wise there. You know, within the Republican Party, and this is where it gets hardest, I think, you know, there's sort of the center governing right and the far right. There's also, as we were saying in the back, the agenda cleavage within the Republican Party between, broadly speaking, a kind of developmentalist wing. I mean, I was really glad you raised infrastructure, James, because that's something that's really lurking out there, and yet it seems to be kind of slow played by the elements of the Republican leadership that are talking about that, versus more of an emphasis on social issues, a continuation of 2021. Like, you got any sense of what is most important, or what's really, how those shake out? Yeah, go, James.
Oh, go ahead, Brad. Go ahead. All right. Yeah.
All right, I'll go.
What gentleman?
Like Nikki said, property taxes is going to be the biggest issue. One thing that really interests me on this specifically in relation to the surplus that we have, the Lieutenant Governor, when he said we either bust the cap or we, quote, get creative, he didn't go into too much detail on this, but the way it sounded was he suggested passing constitutional amendments for singular items of spending. And so the idea is that if you pass, you know, a property tax buy down of, you know, $13 billion, that would bust the cap that we already have. But if you pass it as a constitutional amendment and the voters approve it, then it doesn't count towards that cap. This is a strategy, as far as I know, has never been used before. At least I checked with the Legislative Reference Library, and they had never seen that before. But I think there was a cap busted in 2007, was it? So there is precedent for that. But this is a unique proposal that potentially could get a lot of spending items across the line, whether it's infrastructure or property taxes or you name it, especially in this time where, you know, we are seeing, as Speaker Phelan mentioned, the cost of purchasing materials that we would use to build the infrastructure is drastically higher than it was 2 years ago. And so that's going to put even more pressure on using what the amount of money we have is smartly, and also saving some in the bank, because this is not, as Comptroller Hager has said frequently to anybody that will listen, is that this historic surplus is not a sign of great economic times. Part of it is the economy returning from the pandemic slowdown, jobs being gained, businesses starting investment more, spending just happening a lot more. But also it comes with inflation. And so with a state-funded tax system based on consumption taxes, that can be pretty volatile, as we saw with the pandemic. So that is something I'm going to be watching a lot, and I would love to hear more details on that from the Lieutenant Governor.
Well, just as it relates to how the relationships between the House and the Senate are, one important thing is that, the boring stuff is important. Redistricting is important, right? And I'm the nerd. I'm the one that brought up infrastructure, so the boring stuff is important.
Everybody's got a role to play. So.
Yeah. And in the last session, obviously it was a redistricting session, and they redrew the boundaries of Senate District 10. If Senate District 10, that's Beverly Powell's former district now, it's going to be represented by Phil King. But if that district had stayed in the bounds of Tarrant County, it's very likely that that would have been a Democratic district again. Now that it is not, now that it is run by a Republican, and because it got extended out to the west and south to much more rural areas and much wider areas that tend to vote more for Republicans, that makes it 19 in the Senate. So that means the Lieutenant Governor can really run his agenda without any really Democratic help. And so that takes us back to like a 2017 session where they're just passing stuff out in like February and March. And, back then Speaker Strauss was trying to slow roll some things, but the pressure was on them. And so I think that is sort of, it could potentially be, I haven't had conversations, but just reading the tea leaves, that's sort of what it could set up. And with a new speaker, by that point, Speaker Strauss had a couple of sessions, and he had, played this game with Lieutenant Governor Strauss with a newer speaker who really in his first session kind of just let the House run itself. I don't know if that's by design. He said it's by design, or if that's just kind of his style, and he likes the chaos, or they're, conservative issues that he supports. All of that was unclear to me, but his stated intent was that the House is going to run itself. With that pressure from the Senate, I think that sets up an interesting dynamic because it puts the pressure then, if they pass school vouchers in the Senate, if they pass some type of property tax legislation, I guess the property tax legislation would be different because that would be in the budget, one would think. But if they pass any of these more culture war issues, another thing we haven't talked about is like the LGBT wars that we're seeing, the book bans that we're seeing. If they put the pressure by passing those things in like February and March, and then the House is sitting on them, then the grassroots aren't going to be happy, and they will make their voices known. And so I think that's an interesting dynamic that will play out probably.
I will say that the Lieutenant Governor has, even if Senate District 10 had stayed blue, Lieutenant Governor has previously shown
and he said he would
no inability
to
reduce the supermajority.
I always like that pregnant pause before somebody says something about the Lieutenant Governor. It actually speaks to the dynamic you're talking about.
He's pretty clear about it, and I don't know if Senator Powell were to have won her race, sought re-election, won her race, I don't know if that would have changed much, just because of the way the Senate is run now and how much power the Lieutenant Governor has, especially when he has a supermajority.
Yeah, and a quick note about the Senate as well. I think it's important to note that with Senator Seliger choosing to not run for re-election and being, the most vocal member of the Republican caucus to oppose the Lieutenant Governor's agenda on occasion, I think Patrick does have a tighter hold on his party in the Senate and a bit more influence than he did even last session.
Yeah, he's being replaced by a guy who's handpicked by the Lieutenant Governor to take that spot. So that just speaks to what you're saying. I think one more thing I want to say is just on the infrastructure thing. I think Brad brought this up, but the reason why we have the surplus is the consumption taxes, right? It's the sales tax. And during high inflation, that is hurting people, and Speaker Phelan has said that. And so costs will go up for construction. Costs will go up to build out infrastructure. But in terms of the wisdom, the financial prudence of how to use a surplus, maybe a one-time expenditure isn't a bad idea, rather than putting it towards property taxes, which will keep coming back up and keep coming back up and keep coming back up. And I'm sure if you really wanted to make the argument for spending it on infrastructure, you can say Joe Biden's going to lead us down this path that's going to lead to a recession, and during recessions, construction costs are going to be cheaper. So, I don't know.
Related to property taxes on that, I've seen a lot more interest in eliminating the M&O rate for school districts, especially among Republicans. Now the problem with that is if you spend all this money to do that, you have to be able to do that every session, every biennium. And where do you get that money when you don't have
They
this?
talk about it like you could just eliminate it, but it's
Right.
like you just got to
Right.
keep eliminating it. So you got to keep paying it.
Yeah, but the governor mentioned during his campaign putting Texas on a path towards eliminating the M&O rate. It's a lot easier said than done, but I hadn't seen him come out that much for that before. And what they do this session on property taxes will determine a lot of what happens down the road in bienniums to come.
You know, I'm struck by this discussion, that a part of this discussion that I was trying to get you guys to bite on a little bit, so I'll just throw it out there again, which is, you know, none of you have talked about health care, but also nobody's mentioned in any sustained way revisiting abortion. You guys mentioned briefly, or Nikki, you did and so I'm going to throw this to you, the LGBTQ, particularly transgender legislation. You know, how much oxygen is there for this? I mean, in a way, you know, there's this notion of the Senate passing all this stuff, and then, you know, as they did during that session you were talking about, sending carts of bills over to the House. You know, how much energy is there to revisit those issues? Not in, you know, James, you mentioned the grassroots, and I'm always a little I always have questions about that term, but we'll set that aside. I think about it more as highly organized grass tops, but anyway. It does feel to me like the focus of the discussion, you know, public sense for the most part, is not on those issues. I mean, you see it amongst, you know, people on, you know, on Twitter, in, you know, narrower bands of public discussion. I'm wondering how much of an appetite there is within the chambers for this, or if it's a little bit more of something that's familiar to people that have been around for a bit longer, where people like deal with those issues as forced because most folks don't really want to take votes on a lot of those issues. Now, I think that dynamic has changed as the internal composition of the Republican Party has changed, but I think it's still an open question as to whether we're at a critical mass on that or not.
I think it was very intentional that the lieutenant governor didn't include those issues on his list of priorities, and I think James has said this before. That doesn't necessarily mean it won't end up on his list to accomplish during the session, but you know, I think there actually is a lot of energy or momentum surrounding LGBTQ issues from the grassroots, just based on the candidates' campaigns and the number of bills that have been filed on the topic. And so I think I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, the issue is raised later in the session once a lot of the, you know, bread and butter issues are dealt with.
On terms of the grassroots, which there's internal fighting in the conservative grassroots anyway. But one thing they're all pretty in lockstep on, especially as a top priority, is banning gender modification surgeries for minors. And that passed through the Senate last year, died in the House. And I think we're again going to see a really big push among Republicans to get that through. And that is something that the severity of it, the fact that it involves children, as we're seeing with a lot of these other issues, there are a lot of Republicans that aren't just, quote, conservative grassroots Republicans that will support something like that. And, you know, obviously we have no idea how it's going to be done, you know, what do they ban, in what manner do they ban them, but I think that is probably the driving force of any of these issues that fall under that umbrella. And it might be the top social issue, unless you count school vouchers as a social issue, but that's kind of one foot in two different corners there. So, yeah.
You know, since we're talking about social issues, I do want to ask specifically about, you know, what we think about the prospects of revisiting rape and incest exceptions in the abortion realm. Because I think, we're getting, obviously Democrats want to push that. I think some Republicans are clearly dead set against it, but I think the middle out there is pretty broad. And that's, for us, it's a section of, we know where the public is on that as a whole, that there would not be a general outcry against this among the public, given what we know about public attitudes, including among Republicans. But what is the dynamic inside the chambers and among the leadership? There's a headline somewhere today about, Patrick being sort of not committed to this, which is not surprising, as a signal anyway. But I'm wondering what your reporting tells you about that.
Yeah, I think in certain ways I see this like I was at the Dallas Morning News in the run-up to the 2020 election, and there were a couple of embattled Republican House members up there, and when the Democrats were making a big challenge for the House, they were saying, well, maybe we're open to Medicaid expansion, maybe we'll consider it. And then the Republicans won the House, and you didn't hear about it again. I think that's sort of the situation. Like before the election, you can't say, well, maybe we're interested in these exceptions. But then you come back around to after the election, and there's not a whole lot of interest. I think what you're alluding to is our good friend Karina Kling had previews of her interview with the lieutenant governor, in which he said, he kind of downplayed. Like she said, some members have brought it, or some senators have brought it up, and he said 2, a very specific 2. And that's not a lot in a chamber of 31, right? So I think he's throwing some cold water on it. I think the speaker has also said he's not sure if the votes are there for that. And that's an easy way to sort of get around it and say, hey.
No, it's at times like this that leadership starts paying a lot of attention to the will of the body.
Yeah, right. And then the other thing I was going to say just about the other social issues, right now it's just like it's the pregame. It's like if you've been watching World Cup, it's just like Alexi Lalas bloviating about something, or if you're an NBA fan, it's like Charles Barkley and Shaq just saying whatever crazy thing they're going to say, and we don't really know what the good part's going to be, right? You want it to be like a college basketball game, like in May, and turn it on, and it's like 61-62, and Duke has the ball. It's just like that's right now. It's just like all ideas, and all these like the good stuff hasn't even really come out.
And do you think that was a massive dose of sports metaphors?
Sorry.
And also maybe the first and last time you will ever hear the governor and lieutenant governor compared to Shaq and Charles Barkley.
We're talking about the lieutenant governor's broad list of priorities. I think in the Senate they reserved 30 bill numbers for priorities. In the House it was 20. So that's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. And I'm sure there's multiple pieces of legislation for each of what the lieutenant governor, the broad, topic that he mentioned, but there's a lot to go around in there, and so we might see some things that nobody's talking about on there.
I think I also think that's a good thing to remember in terms of, I think at this point, we're searching for our keys under the street light, and that's the early bill filings, and the early bill filings are a very mixed indicator at best of what's to come, particularly on the hot agenda items, right? Let's talk a little bit about the politics and the leadership. We were talking about institutional changes in the back, but a little more approximate. Particularly the governor and the lieutenant governor are in an interesting position this session in terms of what expectations are about their future and how that might be affecting what is going to happen moving forward and how they play this session. On the side, we've talked a lot about the lieutenant governor already, but we'll start with him. The sense that this may very well be, he kind of hedged against this, but it seems to me that in the community there's a real expectation that this is going to be his last term. And even some speculation that he might even, try to manage his transition with this being his last session. Now that is abject speculation. But I'm wondering how you guys think that plays into that, including where we think the governor is now.
Well, if it is his last session, then he'll want to solidify whatever he wants his legacy to be. And he hasn't come out really strong one way or the other on school choice, school vouchers. that is something you could see him supporting, though.
Do you doubt that he's committed to that, whether he mentioned it or not?
Well, I think in an interview on the campaign trail, he mentioned that there's reticence about that, especially in rural areas, and he would consider exempting them from any bill that's passed. But we've yet to see that play out, right? That may happen, that may not. But he really wants the restoring the felony for penalty for illegal voting. I have a hard time believing that doesn't pass. Even in the House, which is often like herding cats, we're going to see a big push for that as well. But strictly about the lieutenant governor, he's going to push as much as he can and wants to, because if this is his last term, this is his second to last go at what he can accomplish in his time in office.
I mean, just to build off of what Brad said, there's a little bit of tying up loose ends that I'm seeing when it comes to, making that little tweak to the elections overhaul bill, also revisiting the issue of the grid, which goes against what both Abbott and Phelan have said. Abbott was pretty clear about saying everything that needed to be done about the grid was done last session. Patrick clearly disagrees and has made it one of his top priorities to accomplish this session. So I think as far as establishing his legacy, really tying up those loose ends, I think is a focus for him.
And I don't know if we've talked about this, but I mean, at that presser about his legislative priorities, he kind of put an asterisk on that. And he said, because it was right after the election or a couple of weeks after the election, and said, you guys are stuck with me for 4 more years, or maybe 8 years, he said. So there is an asterisk there as to whether this is his last term. And I'll say, I think sometimes we overthink the lieutenant governor. He is very clear about telling us what he wants, and he is very, just forceful about it. We don't have to read between the tea leaves like we have to do with Abbott or sometimes with the House speakers. And the legislation isn't tricky like it is sometimes in the House. This is a bathroom bill that's not really a bathroom bill. It's if the lieutenant governor has put a stamp on it, he will tell you what it's about, and he will tell you what he wants. I think sometimes we just are overthinking it. I think his record is pretty clear. He is one of the most conservative, socially conservative, and I don't know fiscally conservative, but I would argue that he probably is conservative lieutenant governors in the history of Texas. I don't think that there's a huge doubt about it. I don't know, maybe Brad's audience maybe will have a different take on that.
Nikki touched on the grid, and that is going to be one of the biggest...
Masterful change of subject.
Yes. Changing it to what I want to talk about. This is a fight stemming from last session, and Nikki mentioned the governor said everything that was done, that needed to be done was done. Now, I would temper that a bit, saying that in July, after the regular session ended, and after Abbott said that, he issued a couple directives to the PUC, one of which was sticking reliability costs with renewable generators. So I think, in my opinion, the comment about everything that needed to be done was done was more about the physical changes, the weatherization, the fixing the critical infrastructure loophole that caused natural gas suppliers to be shut off from power, the main fuel we use to power the grid in the first place. And so on this, on the market stuff, we saw last session one of the biggest fights in the entire session that maybe nobody really cared about because it's so esoteric. The pulling back the money that was exchanged hands during the storm and redistributing it to whichever way it should have gone. A lot of debate on that. Both sides have valid points on it. But this issue, the market redesign, is even more complicated because it's all about market incentives. How do we get people, these companies that are looking 10, 20, 30 years down the road, how do we get them the right signals in order to drive investment towards dispatchable power? That's what the Republicans in the legislature are focusing on. Dispatchable being natural gas, Coal to a lesser extent. Nuclear applies in there as well. Batteries has been kind of thrown in there also. Anything that can be turned on basically in the flip of a switch on demand. It's not that simple, but basically. Now, how do you do that? The governor had said that we need to, like I said, stick these reliability costs with the renewable generators for when they don't show up when they're supposed to. But this PUC plan kind of tries to accomplish the same thing, but do it through a different way, rewarding the people who do show up with financial incentives. Now, nothing has been decided, and nothing will be decided until this session is over with, because the legislature wants its say. And that this week became abundantly clear.
Well, and remember, that's, PUC and ERCOT are under sunset this time. And so there's a vehicle that, I mean, even if you wanted this to go away, it's not going away, because decisions have to be made, and there are, and this is an area where the interest group community is pretty mobilized on all sides of this. And so I think there's no way for this to go away. Where do you see the governor weighing in on all this? I mean, I think there's something we should be used to, which is at this point, as James was kind of implying, everybody wants clear signals from the governor at this point, and we never get them at this point, right? And I think that's a little bit about where we are right now. You each had issues, as we were talking about. Pick an issue you want to talk about before we go to Q&A that we've either not gone deep enough on, although you're not allowed to talk anymore about energy, and let's talk a little bit about something we haven't touched on enough in your view before we open it up for questions. James?
Yes, I will talk about the change from the governor, a clear signal, which is a rarity from him sometimes, but on the opioid crisis and how he wants to tackle the opioid crisis. We're going to have another panel on the border, and we're going to have a great conversation about it, but another effect of the border crisis is the fentanyl coming through into Texas and into the country, and how we deal with it. And the governor has started talking about things like supporting the decriminalization of fentanyl testing strips, providing more Narcan, having it be more available to the public and to police departments. And those are shifts in his sort of way of thinking, or at least on his emphasis when it comes to Narcan, but definitely a shift in the decriminalization of fentanyl test strips that, scientists, researchers, opioid use experts say those are actually the right approach to solving this issue. And sometimes, because we live in Texas, and because we have such tough on crime lawmakers, we go down the road of having tough on crime policies, which don't really help people who are actually addicted to whether it's opioids or drug or whatever substance it may be. But this time he's signaling things that researchers and experts are saying are science-based approaches to how to do it. And that's opening the gate for people in the legislature, both Democrats who have already favored these approaches, and now Republicans. I saw a decriminalization of fentanyl testing strips bill filed by Nathan Johnson of Dallas and Bob Hall. Not two guys that you usually see together. So I think that's just gonna be a really fascinating topic.
Okay, before we move on to Nikki, James, I do want to give you a chance, and I want to preview your panel. So I do want to ask you about border security, but I want to ask you something really specific that I still remember you and I talking about on the street 3 or 4 months ago somewhere. Where do you see the dynamics of border security spending in the budget? Because the spending on Operation Lone Star and on border security is, to my mind, one of the most singular things that we've seen in Texas politics in terms of the magnitude of the increase in a very short period of time. And I'm wondering how that is going to play out in the budget process this time, because Republicans are in a difficult position. I mean, on one hand, I've lost track of where the number is, and some of you've worked on this, and colleagues at the Tribune and ProPublica on the spending level, but I think we're way north of $4 billion now. Go back 10 years, and it was less than $1 billion easily, by a long shot. But I also think that it's hard for me to imagine, I can't think of any Republican that would stand up in a committee and say, hey, you know what, I think we're spending a little too much on border security. What's your view of that now? You and I talked about that a while. We were both speculating.
And that's exactly the point. And it's not only that it's like the Republican members of the legislature, but the broad general public supports Operation Lone Star and supports the move that we're making, whether it's the deployment of National Guard service members, the sending of troopers, or this migrant busing program that has started. The general public supports this, and the governor sees that. And then the big number that comes out, other than the $4 billion, is 2 million crossings. The most crossings that we've seen at the border in recorded history, really. And so when you look at that, you say, okay, we do need to spend the money. Now there is going to be a debate, and there really should be a debate about how much spending we should be doing. But in every conversation that I've had with state lawmakers about it, and the governor is very good at making this point, it's like, well, if the feds aren't going to do it, if Joe Biden isn't going to do it, then we need to do it. And we actually have some people here who are going to talk in our panel about like what the effect is on their communities. And it is a very real effect, and it is a very real impact. And I've been down to these communities, and it's real. And so when lawmakers go talk to these folks, they say, wow, we really got to take care of this. So I expect that the spending will continue, probably at the level that it is. I think they sort of wised up and said we don't need these 10,000 National Guard servicemen. I put quotations around that because I don't think it really ever was 10,000 at the border, but 10,000 National Guard service members. I think they're at a little below 5,000 now. So it's, that makes it a little bit more manageable.
Well, and for all the, we sort of ding the governor for being ambiguous in some ways, but this is something he is not ambiguous about at all.
Very clear about it, very clear.
Right. So, Nikki, issue that we haven't touched on enough, you want to talk about?
Yeah, I've done a lot of reporting in the past 6 months on the mass shooting in Uvalde, and Senator Roland Gutierrez has really taken this on as his focus for the upcoming legislative session, and has a number of measures he's suggested, many of which I anticipate will go nowhere in a Republican-dominated chamber. But I am curious how Republicans will handle, the mental health crisis that we're having. That's what Republicans choose to focus on when we're having this conversation about mass shootings. And so what will the investment look like in our state's mental health care infrastructure? It's something both Patrick and Phelan and Abbott all seem to agree on, that there needs to be more investment in adding more inpatient care beds for psychiatric facilities, adding more funding to the mental health system for more providers. We have I think we're at the bottom of the list when it comes to the most uninsured people, and kids especially in the state. So something I'll be keeping an eye on is how, what the appropriations look like for mental health care.
Well, and I think inevitably the Medicaid waiver comes up on that, but the politics of that, I still, there are people in this room that will know a lot more about that. I'm trying hard not to look at too closely, but I think that enters into that. I think there's something interesting about, and sadly interesting, that's what's going to create an opportunity, that the shootings are going to create an opportunity for things that are probably not directly related to that in terms of paying more attention to those issues. Brad?
One of the things I find most interesting going to this session is something that probably won't get a lot of attention and won't get a lot of support, is the emergency powers reform. This was a huge issue going into the session last year, and then the power grid failure kind of took all the oxygen out of the room for it. And it already presented an interesting dynamic where if they were to pass anything curtailing the governor's powers, you'd have to have the governor himself sign it, unless you get a veto-proof majority, which is very difficult to do. But we have seen some bills filed to do that, to restrict some of those abilities again. But it kind of seemed like that was the only time anything was going to pass on this, because it was so contemporary at that moment. There were orders still in effect during the legislative session, a lot fewer than during 2020, but this was still a very top of mind issue, and that's no longer the case, I don't think. I think it'd be a miracle if anything passed on that.
Well, the politics of that really informed the gubernatorial primary on the Republican side, and Republicans seem to have weighed in fairly decisively on that. I mean, that was, one of the centerpieces, really, of both of the major candidates that opposed the governor, and they didn't get traction on it.
Yeah, especially when they first jumped in the race, and then the topic kind of shifted to vaccine mandates, which ties into emergency powers, but ultimately went nowhere, and we saw, where the governor finished in a four-person, many more people than that, but mainly four-person challenge to his status as the Republican nominee.
I want to open it up for questions. I don't know what the microphone situation is. Oh, there we go. Mic's on both sides of the room, so please, if you have a question for the panel, now's the moment. Over here, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. There's a tradition in our legislature of preempting the decisions made by our municipalities, specifically municipalities named Austin. I was wondering if you saw any of those issues getting traction this session, and if not preemption, are there other ways you can talk to us about the friction between urban Texas and the rest of Texas?
One of my side beats is covering the city of Austin, and that has been a big topic recently. I think you asked about preemption specifically. One of the issues would be whether these cities are allowed to pay for abortion logistics to abortion services. The city of Austin did that. I've seen at least one bill filed to eliminate that possibility. Then there's the really big one by Representative Jared Patterson to make Austin a capital district. I don't know if that's going to go anywhere. Probably bet on not, but he's definitely banging the drum on it. And there are a lot of Republicans that agree with that, especially after the homelessness stuff. When they came last year to the city and they see these camps all over the place, after a couple of years of seeing these camps all over the place, there was a lot of appetite for doing something, and we saw the statewide camping ban pass. I don't think there's enough support to make the entire city a district, but it's definitely something that is discussed, not derogatorily, in a lot of Republican circles.
The other thing that I would bring up is the taxpayer-funded lobbying legislation, which I don't think there's been a whole lot of talk about, but Mays Middleton, that's his big project. It was in the House, and now he's over in the Senate, and he'll have much more support over there. But if he's gone from the House, it's unclear to me. I don't know if you know, Brad, who's going to file it in the House, which has been the big defense on that. So that'll be interesting to see. But that's one of those issues that it's well, it hasn't bubbled up yet, but I'm sure lots of folks are working on it and looking at it.
There have been 2 bills filed to do that in the House, I think, at least on the first day. But again, who's going to be the guy to carry that? It was Middleton, and now there's a vacuum.
I think one of the things is, what is the, you raised homelessness, you guys have, James, you raised a more specific area. I think the question is, what is the vehicle issue-wise that really fuels that? And I'm not sure what's really out there looming this time. I think, that really drives it, particularly in the House.
One more thing, you asked about the broader topic of state versus local. This is something I'm very interested in because it involves a lot of history. What was the authority of the municipalities when they originally created by the state? Does the state have the ability to come in where it wants to pare back on that authority? And so one contemporary issue that's going to tie into that is this fight at the ballot box in Austin over removing the Office of Police Oversight from the labor contract. And that ties into this section of state code that provides protections for cops. And that centrally is what the cops want to protect. The city wants them to kind of renounce that provision, that protection, and these deliberations have kind of stalled out because of that. But that also, it ties in is it the state's authority to do this, or is it the city's authority to regulate this? Where do we fall on that? That is something that underpins quite literally every issue in the state of Texas, and it's never going away, that contention.
Good morning. You spoke a bit about vouchers. I have a question. in addressing public schools, do you see them tackling the measurable workforce issue, the lack of teachers in our public schools? And then part two to that, do you see them tackling recapture, financing, funding, maybe shifting from an attendance to an enrollment type funding model? So 2 parts, workforce, teachers, and then the second part is funding.
So what are the signals on some of the hardest issues out there?
Do you want to go, Nikki?
I do feel like there's a lot of appetite for, increasing teacher pay in order to address that problem. I think that comes up every legislative session. I just think whether it has the momentum to actually lead to any measurable result is the question. I've also heard a lot about increasing the basic allotment for students and trying to get school districts more funding that way. I don't know that the energy around that right now is making me very optimistic about whether there will be any significant results this session, but I think there are definitely a number of lawmakers where that's their top issue. So I think it'll be a conversation. I just don't know that we can tell at this point in the legislative season whether we'll see any results.
What the lieutenant governor and his priorities put out, getting teachers pay raises and getting retired teachers a cost of living adjustment or a 13th check. Now, it's all great to have a wish list, but then you got to get down to the nitty gritty and then work out the numbers in the budget. We do have a big surplus, so will we use it on that? The lieutenant governor is indicating that he wants to use it to that. I think we have to wait, going back to it, we're still in the pregame. We have to wait to see where Speaker Phelan is and where the House is. But, just the way the House works, you got to think that they're going to do something on public education, on trying to get more money to teachers. But again, if it's a one-time surplus, do you really want to commit to pay raises for ongoing expenditures there? And then the other thing I would say about Robin Hood stuff and the allotment is that there's still a lot of things happening from the school legislation law that was passed in 2019 that it takes a couple of years to kick in. So whenever I talk to people like Diego Bernal, who was one of the leaders on that legislation, he said we still have to wait for it to kick in. There's still things happening, and Donna Howard's looking at me suspectly. So, but that there are still things happening. So I think just got to give it some time. But I imagine. You have all this red meat that you want to throw out there. You want to keep the base happy, but particularly in the House, I think there is a strong support for public education and for making things right with teachers and for doing a lot of the nitty gritty. And in the House too, Senator Taylor was really big on this, but for doing the nitty gritty of these specific issues that we're talking about.
I also think it's important to note that a lot of the red meat cultural issues that Republicans are focusing on center around schools, around curriculum, how teachers are able to discuss racism and sexism in the classroom, restrictions on which sports teams transgender kids can play on, that makes teachers' work environment very difficult, and a lot of teachers who are leaving the field now have cited as the reason why they're choosing to retire or choose a different profession. And so I still see those school-based culture war issues as being a focus for Republicans this session. And so I think it will also be a balance of, if the legislature is able to give teachers a pay raise, will it outweigh the additional hardships that they're enduring in their jobs right now? And I think we'll just have to wait and see.
There are two interesting factors that are gritting this discussion, right? One is obviously the money, right? And I think, we've had some discussion about, there is a dynamic here that it's like a household economics, that when you have a windfall in your head, you always spend it 5 or 10 times over, beyond what you can actually do. But if you look at that with the agenda signals that we're seeing, most prominently recently from the lieutenant governor, but from other actors in the political system, what we're beginning to see, and I think this really mostly when you were talking, Nikki, about where one of you was mentioning the lieutenant governor talking about teacher pay raises. It's sort of everybody's putting the objects on the table that are available for horse trading. Now, some things are on the table more implicitly. I mean, I don't read much into the fact that the governor lieutenant governor doesn't say much about vouchers in public, because I think we'd all be shocked if it wasn't one of those things on there. But that's where we are, I think, in the pregame right here is like, okay, what is out there? And I think public education will wind up getting pushed a little bit harder as we digest the fact, the fallout from the pandemic and what we've seen in declining test scores and achievement scores. And I mean, across the board.
You think it'll get pushed harder
education,
into the conversation or out of the conversation?
I think it pushes it into the conversation because, and Nikki's point about how where the energy within the Republican Party has been on these social issues has given them more to push into that discussion, right? And there's more to trade there. Right. So, anybody else? Questions? There's somebody going to the mic, I think.
Hello. I have kind of a follow-up question to that. My mom taught public school for 43 years in Texas, and the pandemic, she had retired and come back half-time, and then the pandemic, she just finally retired. And you had kind of a one-time situation where you had a lot of teachers retiring. Is there any consensus that raising wages for teachers, which of course I would love to see, would address the workforce needs, since we're dealing with the effect of a one-time issue?
I'm going to think a pay raise would probably contribute to that, yeah. There are a lot of issues for why teachers are leaving. One of them was virtual school. That also drove a lot of kids to homeschool. And I don't know if there's going to be any legislation to address that going forward. Now that would also be, it's already happened. All the kids are back in school. So, but we saw a lot of kids regressed during that period. And I'm sure that contributes to how difficult the job of being a teacher is, along with all these other things. So I don't think a pay raise is the only thing that would keep teachers in school, but I'm sure it would help, yeah. And the last time it happened was in 2019, I believe, and that was coming off an election where Democrats took 12 seats in the House, a couple in the Senate, and so I don't know how much, that dynamic is not there this time. But as James said, the lieutenant governor put it on his list. The Republican lieutenant governor put that on his list, and he tends to get what he wants a lot of times, and so that's going to be a big boon for passing a teacher pay raise, in addition to a 13th check or a COLA for retired teachers.
Last chance for questions. I might actually land this on time. All right, great panelists, terrific reporters. Please give our panelists a hand. Thanks for the great questions. Enjoy the rest of the day.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit tha.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit tha.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit THA.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit THA.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit tha.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Is that all right? Now remind me, your district is House District, which covers all of Arlington? Parts of it. And then what's the HEB? What Mayor Pro Tem? Yeah. Let's do it right after. Is that okay? Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. It's great. Good morning. It's great to see so many of you engaged and chatting with each other. If you wish, feel free to continue those discussions outside. But just to stay on schedule, we'd like to begin the next panel. I'm Sewell Chan. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Texas Tribune. I joined this organization in October of 2021 after a long career in newspapers, including most recently the Los Angeles Times. This has been a wild ride for me to be in Texas over the last 15 months. You know, it's a really quiet news environment, you know, very, very tranquil, not a lot going on. Very relaxing, not. But this will be my first ledge, and so I've been preparing. It's like training for a marathon, and our staff is really, really excited about this. So I'm particularly excited about this panel because I think if I do this right, this is going to be the least wonky panel today. Sorry for all the policy analysts here. But these three distinguished people have just been elected to the ledge. And I really want to talk from kind of a human perspective about why they ran, what they hope to accomplish, and what it's like being newly elected and get the insights from them. They're going to learn the parliamentary procedures if they haven't already learned them. But I think it's really, really fun to actually get your perspective before you've started this incredible journey. So with that said, I'm going to start introductions from your left to right. First, I'm proud to introduce Salman Bojani, who was elected to House District 92, representing Euless,
Bedford, Hearst,
and
Arlington.
Parts of Arlington and Grand Prairie, and parts of Fort Worth in the Dallas area. Mr. Bojani's life story is just truly remarkable. Don't know how many of you heard the Texas Standard interview, but Mr. Bojani was born in Pakistan, immigrated to the U.S. when he was 19, started off working in gas stations, supporting his family and saving for college. He earned a BA from UT Dallas and a law degree from Southern Methodist University. After law school, he worked at Hayden's and Boone, the largest law firm in North Texas, and went on to found his own practice in 2015. Mr. Bojani is the first Muslim and first South Asian elected to the Texas legislature, along with Representative-elect Lalani, also elected in this cycle. Please give him a huge round. Thank you. Tremendous accomplishment. That's great. Morgan LaMantia, in the middle here, is the senator-elect from Texas Senate to represent the newly drawn Senate District 27, which spans 8 counties and runs along the Gulf Coast from the border of Mexico to the coastal bend, and includes 3 ports, a spaceport, Padre Island, oil and gas industries, wind farms, ag farms, and thousands of acres of ranch land. It's one of the geographically largest Senate districts.
No, well, not the largest. The largest would
is in
be,
West Texas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But large.
But it is. It's about 8 counties.
Senator-elect LaMantia is a native of the Rio Grande Valley and a 6th generation of Texas. 6th generation Texan who represents the next generation of leadership in her family business, supporting over 1,200 jobs. She attended and graduated from the UT McCombs School of Business right here on this campus, and interned with the Texas House, the U.S. Senate, and the Texas Railroad Commission. After graduating from UT, Ms. LaMantia continued her education, getting a law degree from St. Mary's University School of Law, and she currently heads up data analytics and serves as in-house counsel for L&F Distributors, her family's business. Welcome, Ms. LaMantia.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then finally, State Representative-elect Charles Cunningham has been a longtime leader in Harris County. He won the open Republican primary in House District 127 with a resounding 79% of the vote, and did not face a general election opponent because you were the only person on the ballot. If that isn't resounding support from the district, I don't know what is. Mr. Cunningham previously served on the Humble City Council and on the Humble School Board, including as board president, where he built a strong track record of rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, and ensured that taxpayer dollars were being spent wisely and for their intended purpose. Mr. Cunningham also has served as the City of Humble's representative in the Houston-Galveston Area Council. An Army veteran, Mr. Cunningham recently retired after a 39-year career at what is now Centerpoint Energy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And finally, Mr. Cunningham is a graduate of Our Lady of the Lake University. Well, welcome all of you. I want to start by talking about the immediate aftermath of an election. So you've won an election. We're going to get to the recount in just a moment. But you've won an election. What happens next? Do you get an email inviting you to freshman orientation? What was step number 1?
Yeah, I can go if you'd like. Yeah, so I got an obviously email a couple of weeks ago for freshman orientation, and it's been a really, really great experience getting to know my colleagues and meeting them and trying to see how much we can do for our districts. It is so important to really make sure that we are representing our districts. People of the district have elected us to do the great work that we will be doing next session. And it's nice to have all the freshmen together. In fact, I created a text message group with all the freshmen together, Republicans, Democrats alike, and try to give a lot of resources as we learn so much information about ethics, about budget and all that. So it's really, really nice to be able to work cordially in a respectful manner and stand true to our values.
How large is the freshman cohort?
It's, I think, about 24 new members, and then there are 4 that are returning. Representative John Lujan, Representative who am I thinking? Former members that have come back or have been elected, like Jolanda Jones and others.
What's the format of the orientation?
Yeah.
Drinking from a fire hose.
So the first 2 days are the new members from the House and the new members from the Senate are together. And then the Senate has 1 day for just Senate orientation where we split up and meet with the Senate administration and Senate Secretary Patsy Spall and learn about the differences on the Senate side. Whereas the House, I believe, has 2 days afterwards.
Yeah, it seemed like 3 days.
I was here on Monday and left on Saturday, so I can't tell you.
What was it like meeting, how much time did you have for just kind of getting to know each other as people? And I'm assuming that a lot of these new lawmakers coming from other parts of the state you had not met previously?
Yes, it was. We had a lot of time actually, because we had lunches, dinners, and a lot of time in the middle to really meet our colleagues, and it was really great, because we had a lot of thinking about how we can work together, getting to know our families, getting to know about our kids, because there's a lot of human aspect to this that if we can get a good relationship with our colleagues, I think we'll be able to make laws that are much better.
And I will say what's great about orientation, and because a lot of us don't know each other, is that we walk into the room, all of us being equal and on the same footing, and it wasn't, what party do you belong to? You sit on the left side or the right side. It was, we all sat at the same table, started talking to each other, really getting to know each other, and being able to talk about our districts, and you get to see the passion that everyone has for their district and for what we're gonna be doing and how great it's gonna be to work together, regardless of party or regardless of background or what area of the state you come from. So it was a really wonderful experience.
What was the biggest surprise from the orientation?
Yeah, I mean, I can go. Sorry, I don't want to take up the mic a lot, but I think there are so many people, so many representatives that are newly incoming, that are staffers, that have had so much experience in the House or the Senate, that are business owners, that are like different, like engineers. And so I feel that we'll have a really diverse group with a lot of diverse perspectives to be able to make laws that are better for the entire state of Texas.
And another big surprise is just how many people actually work at the state Senate and the House and the state Capitol year round, and how much effort it takes behind the scenes to get these bills passed. So the Capitol works at its best and efficient, and just all the background work that you don't know about and you don't see and you don't hear about being just a normal constituent. And so now when you get in there and you get to meet with all these wonderful staffers that absolutely love what they do, it's amazing.
And these are largely career folks.
These are very much career folks.
They're about the institution.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was just going to add that each day, there was always something different. I mean, the first day we were meeting with the House administration and their staff, or maybe I'll back up. I think the Speaker actually had his folks come and meet with us and all what they do, their various different departments. House administration meeting with those folks and what they do. Finally, I think toward the end, we actually got to go to the House floor. Yes. And, that was good after a long going over budgets, appropriations, all that good stuff. And just a little funny joke. My wife always says, don't tell jokes. But right toward the end of the day, I'm with one of our colleagues, Stan, and we're sitting down and we're talking about maybe being desk mates. And all of a sudden, Stan drops a card and he reached down to get it and he fell. And you heard this loud, but he was okay. He fell, and he got up and he's like, oh, Charles, I feel bad about that. And I says, oh, well, don't worry about it, Stan. About maybe 10 minutes later, somebody taps me on the shoulder and says, wake up. So I kind of like fell asleep. So I looked at Stan and says, look, we can't be desk mates. You've got to protect me. But overall, it was good, just kind of getting to know everybody, So, sharing, as I said, our passions, what our plans are, excuse me, what our plans are, the campaigns that we ran on. Mine was relatively easy because I ran on, public safety, flooding, schools, border, and my race was over with in March.
So you've had a lot of time to think about this.
Well, I had a lot of time to go and visit all the stakeholders and exactly see what was going on. I had a lot of time to get, I'm sorry about this, Solomon, but you're good. But I had a lot of time to get a jump on what good staff we do have. And so it's been gradually building up. I think it'll all set in. Well, somebody told me I've got till January 10th at 10 o'clock to change my mind.
Now, you've all run things before, obviously, but serving in the Texas legislature is something else. How have you gone about the process of assembling your teams? I presume that many of you have folks in your campaigns that you've brought on, but you're also going to have, other roles that you need filled. How have you gone about the process of team building?
Yeah, so I've been really fortunate. As soon as I won my primary in March, I had a wonderful state representative send me an email that their chief of staff would love to get a job with our office. And she's sitting right here, Brianna Menard, and I'm so blessed to have her as a chief of staff. And so I got started really early. Yeah, please clap for her. Yep. I think every opportunity as state representatives and state senators that we get to give a shout out to our staff, that is what's going to be key, because they are the actually ones that do the job for us. and they work year long for us. So I'm really, really blessed to have a good chief of staff. We're looking for a legislative director, we're looking for a communications director. We want to make sure that we do a lot of work. That's why my constituents have sent me to Austin to make sure that we are able to support all the work that they have. And so really blessed to have those kind of situations where we can bring people on board. There are some people that we'll be bringing on from the campaign side. And we need to also hire a district director as well, because we need to do all the work. There are a lot of people, members have told me, like, that people make mistakes by coming to Austin and seeing this shiny thing here, but then forgetting their constituents who actually elected them. And so I don't want to make that mistake for sure.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add, staff is important. Fortunately for me, I spent 12 years on the Humble School Board. It's not all about the board members, but it's about the staff, the personnel that's there. Spent 2 terms at Humble City Council, same thing about the staff. So I was fortunate enough, and I don't see my chief of staff here, but I have a chief of staff, Royal Benavides, who served on the Homeland Security under Chairman White. And of course, I've got my legislative director right there, Ian McPherson. And so you got, you give Ian a hand. And then, of course, I've already got a district director also. So we're ready to get back and just make sure that we're doing what the people sent us to do.
And so I was very lucky with my chief of staff. I've known him for quite a number of years. When I worked at the Capitol in 2009, during the 2009 session, I was a senior in college. He was a senior in high school and would come into the office every once in a while because it was his dad's office. And like you said, to always give credit to your staff, he's going to hate me for pointing him out, but it's Reed Johnson right here in front. And he actually came on when I decided to run. I gave him a call and said, hey, calling in that favor, need your help, come on down to the valley. And I told him, I promise you will blend in. And he's over 6 feet tall and stuck out like a sore thumb, but I always found him. So I was very, very lucky.
Now, talk to me a little bit about the process of learning your districts, because obviously, Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Brajani, you've served on city councils. Ms. LaMantia, this is your first time in public office. Of course, over the past several months, you've gotten to know, the landscape, literally, that you're representing. Ms. LaMantia, you'll be representing nearly 1 million people, about 950,000. And then the 2 representatives will be representing about 190, 200,000 people. That's a lot more constituents than you've had before. How did you get to know them? How are you getting to know them?
Yes, so it has been a wonderful experience. Campaigning and getting out into those communities and being able to talk to as many people as possible. That was one of the main things we did. It wasn't just about talking to leadership. We were out in the communities as much as we could, talking to people one-on-one and understanding what their issues were. It didn't matter what party they were from, it didn't matter what area or their background. We wanted to talk to everyone because this district is so large and is so diverse. And there's so much going on that I wasn't aware of, and it was a blessing to have that opportunity to get to learn about it. And those are contacts that I've kept, contacts that still reach out to me daily and just, we check in and make sure that we're fighting for what matters most and what they're talking about on the kitchen table when they go home.
Yeah, for me, I was really blessed to serve on city council, like you pointed out, for 3 years, and also serve as mayor pro tem for the city of Euless. And I was, so I already know some of the people. I met them at the grocery store, I met them at the city hall. But as I was knocking on doors, because that's what you have to do, but by the way, we knocked on 45,000 doors in our district, and that's how I was able to get, yeah, sure. You can clap for that. It took a lot of hard work. But I talked to them about my passion to serve, and when I talked to them about my 2018 race, when I was elected as the first minority ever elected in the history of the city of Euless, they apparently knew that story because my own state representatives, one state representative that you may be familiar with at that time, no names taken, but he attacked me for being Muslim, and he attacked me for being an immigrant, for being a Democrat, for being an attorney. And that actually made national news at that time. And so there were so many constituents that knew about that story, that this representative had attacked someone. They did not know it was me. And so when I told them that story, they were like, wow, we're definitely voting for you because we don't want, we want people down the middle. And because you've served on city council, and by the way, in my city council term, there were 7 city council members. I was the only Democrat and the only minority. The other 6 colleagues that were Republicans actually elected me as a mayor pro tem for the city of Euless. That meant a lot to me, how I was able to work across the aisle with them and really pass meaningful legislation in our city of Euless. And so that's how I was able to sort of connect a lot with our district.
A reminder that sometimes attacks have unintended consequences.
I would just say it's the same thing. It's about knowing your district, and I've been in that northeast Harris County area for over 40 years. Served as a servant in every capacity, from nonprofits to my church. And I want to take a pause and say, let me not forget the one that really allows me to do what I do, and this is my wife Stella, who's also here with me today. But it's knowing your district, and I think that's why I was so blessed that when I did put my name in the hat, it was a name that people knew. You know, they knew me from, like I said, my nonprofit service. HAM is one of our local organizations that gives the needies. Being on the school board for 12 years. Prior to on the school board for 12 years, I was a volunteer in the school district for 13 years. And then going to city council and working, with the city. And so now, just taking that next step up just to encompass all the residents in District 127.
Now, each of you represents very different parts of the state, the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the Houston area, and of course the Rio Grande Valley, very distinctive. And you're not only representing your specific constituencies, but now you're hopefully legislating on behalf of the whole state of Texas. What has your learning curve been like as you're learning about the statewide issues, including learning about districts and places that are very different from your own?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, during freshman orientation, that was a good, as you say, learning curve. Learning from where everybody's at, what are all the needs and stuff, and there were some similarities. I know one of the reps that's in Beaumont, and then Josie Garcia, she's in San Antonio. We really hit it off, especially concerning, in the area around special needs kids. And so, those are the things we say. There's some similarities there. And then we're talking about, well, in my district, flooding is an issue. Hurricane Harvey came and just devastated our particular area there. And so just learning the different issues of what's going on, what are their needs, and realizing in the back of your mind, you're not only there for your district, but you're there for the people of Texas also.
It's very true, and like flooding is an issue in your district, it's a very big issue in my district as well. So working on flooding, infrastructure, and drainage, that's going to help a lot of different areas of the state. And I was able to talk to Senator-elect Sparks as well, and he's in West Texas and has a very large area, but there's a lot of similarities between my district and his. We have a lot of 18-wheelers driving through on on roads that were built by small towns and rural communities that aren't able to withstand these large loads and large trucks going over and across all the time. So we can work together on infrastructure bills that's going to help not just our areas, but a lot of rural areas throughout the state. So though it's very diverse, though there's a lot of issues across the state, there are a lot of similarities.
Yeah, for me, I think my entire life has prepared me to be a successful state representative. Like, as you mentioned, born in Pakistan, coming as an immigrant, working at gas stations, mopping floors, cleaning restrooms, and stocking shelves for $6 an hour, going up and going to law school in the evening program at SMU, and working really hard towards it, being really studious, being really thoughtful, then getting elected on Euless City Council and trying to really govern with a body that was not completely had the same values, and trying to see how our potholes are not Republican or Democrat, right? We're together as one state and one country. How can we work together? So all that has really prepared me to be a successful state representative. And we've talked about issues all the time. Especially one of them is local control. I come from a city background. I feel like we need to make sure that we are giving our cities and municipalities and school districts more leverage on what laws that they will be making, because they're more closer to the ground. We saw our constituents a lot, and I think in cities get that, what people are looking for. So my first reaction will be to provide more deference to the municipalities and school boards, but also to work on really meaningful legislation. As I've knocked on doors, I've learned that people care about their children's education. People care about their health care. They need access to healthcare, especially with the pandemic, how it's had such a huge learning gap. How do we close that gap? I've learned as a small business owner myself, and while knocking on doors, people really care about their businesses. They're hurting right now. With inflation being so high, we need to work as one state state representatives and House members and Senate members to try to really fix these things for them.
So let's stay on the issues now. I'm so glad we've started this discussion. I'd like each of you to complete the following statement. My district most wants leaders in Austin, wishes that leaders in Austin would understand.
Well, I'm gonna do this thing again. Would you repeat the question?
My district most wishes that leaders in Austin would understand.
My district wish leaders in Austin would most understand.
Or better understand.
Or better understand, I would say, the need to service, our areas. And I say that because, in Austin, there's what, 7,000 bills that are passed, and how many bills actually become law? And so we want to be, pass meaningful legislation. I think I shared with you earlier, I'm a limited government guy. I believe government should protect, punish, and promote. And that's what we need to be doing. So those bills should be doing one of those three things: protecting our citizenry, protecting our borders, punishing those. And Harris County, the county I live in, we have an issue about punishing because we've got, people out on bond that are, committing heinous crimes. One of the gentlemen lives in my area, Urson, a constable, was killed by somebody out on bond, murdered. He was going to the store to buy food for his family, and he got shot and killed. And my wife and I are no different. We're at our home, 4 o'clock in the morning, we hear a loud bang. I thought somebody was breaking in, so I grabbed my second wife and I went downstairs to see what was going on. And lo and behold, I've got a Chevy pickup that just driven through my house. Long story short, the people that stole the pickup a couple of blocks over were out on bond. And so I think the thing is, the people in my district want people in Austin to address their needs. Let's get meaningful legislation. And that would be the long answer to a short one.
So I think I'd complete this sentence by saying, so it was what I wish our legislators in Austin would best understand.
What your district wishes.
What my district wishes would best understand is that family is the most important thing. So when we're going out talking to our constituents and talking about what matters most to them, it comes down to family. They want to make sure that their family's healthy, that when they get sick, they can see a doctor, it's affordable, it's accessible. They want to make sure that their kids have an education so that they can get those high-paying jobs after they graduate from high school and have the opportunity to go to college if they wish to go. They want to make sure that they can continue to provide for the family and keep a roof over their heads, that they can get to and from work and don't have to worry about their houses being flooded should it rain or a storm come in. So what that comes down to is infrastructure, education, and healthcare. Because we always know that if we can take care of our family, if we can educate our kids, if we can train our workforce, Texas is one of the greatest states, and we're going to continue to grow our economy. And in that regard, we're going to keep having these strong Texas leaders.
Yeah, so after knocking on 45,000 doors, I've learned that our constituents think that the legislature has really fallen completely different from what the people want. And the people want to bring compassion, bring respect into our political discourse, to reduce the polarization, and to fight for people who do not have a voice in our political system. For example, and they want us to focus on more kitchen table issues than the issues that unfortunately we've been focusing on quite a lot, is how to target transgender kids. Try to see how LGBTQ nobody cares about those kind of people. The kids that passed away at the Uvalde shooting, it is really, the parents have not forgotten about that. The people are still seeing that and saying, we need to stop this from happening again and again and again. And this session will define how we really take care of our kids in the most important place where they should be learning. We need to stop that. So that's what they're trying to think about. How do we work on kitchen table issues like the economy, like the healthcare, like the education? That's what they care about more than what we are really focusing on these days.
How much of a chance do you all have to discuss values? You know, even, and I've asked pretty, pretty general questions so far, but, you know, I've already heard some differences of view, right? Differences about the role of government in public life, the scope of government, how much government there should be. You know, Texas famously has the legislature meet for 140 days every 2 years. You know, the joke is that many would prefer that the legislature meets 2 days every 140 years. And, you know, it's a limited government state. It's a part-time legislature. You're all paid very modestly, of course. And you know, this isn't your full-time job. You're doing this, well, it is a full-time job, but on top of whatever else it is you're doing, right? You're people who are what? So how, I mean, is there a space for the discussion of those values, you know, before you get to the specifics of, you know, bill number this?
I think the values that we discussed were like in the freshman orientation, right? What do we want to accomplish as one body together? And I really, that the overwhelming sentiment was that we want to respect each other, right? We want to learn from each other. We want to talk about our children's stories. We want to talk about what inspires us to run for office and do the great things that we're doing or we will be doing for our constituents. And I think that really defines us in the State House. And I mean, coming from a district that may be, you know, there's some activists, right, on like 10%, maybe on this side, 10% on that side, but the middle people that sometimes, unfortunately, do not come out to vote have told me, you know, that we need to come together. But the activists have said, hey, don't talk to the other party, don't talk to the other side. But when we have come together, it has been such a cordial relationship, and that's what, at the end of the day, people want to see. People want to see their elected representatives being respectful to each other, not putting them down, actually uplifting those members of our community that are actually needing the most amount of help. And I think that's exactly what we teach our kids, right? To be compassionate, to be kind, to be respectful to one another. And that's what I've seen in the freshman class that I was able to come in.
I go back to what really is just, over the years, just really driven me just to be a servant and serve. And we stated that it is about family, but more in particular about my family. You know, as I walked through those doors on January 10th and raise that hand, I go back to my great-great-grandfather, and he actually served in the Texas legislature back in 1873. His picture is on the wall when you walk through the south entrance. And so to actually have him serve there then, back in that time, and fast forward, that the great-great-grandson is coming there to serve. You know, it's about family. You know, it's about, you know, wanting people to, you know, you treat people the way you want to be treated. And it's all about us, and it's really, as I tell them, it's not about us. It's about the next generation. That's what we're fighting for. I know that's what I'm fighting for, is that next generation.
That's incredibly powerful. How much did you know about your great-grandfather growing up?
A little bit from my grandmother and my aunts and stuff, because as a family of resilience, you know, we were, you know, back in, you know, the 1940s and 30s, you know, they were able to survive. And yeah, you know, kind of like the story with the Kennedys bootlegging. Well, yeah, my family did a lot of bootlegging and stuff, okay? But my mother, and we're all from Texas, and my mother, you know, in the 50s decided to move elsewhere, and so she went out and moved to New Mexico. And that's where I was born in New Mexico. And my joke about New Mexico is a little town called Artesia. Up until 1912, it was actually in Texas, until Texas became a state. So I got back as soon as I could to Texas.
What district did your ancestor represent?
It was the 13th district back then, and that represented Richmond, Fort Bend, and Wharton County.
And he was obviously in the first generation of black elected lawmakers, you know, not during the Reconstruction era. That is just remarkable. Of course, he was a Republican like you.
Absolutely.
You know, the parties, both parties are not quite what they were back then. Why for you has being a Republican been so important?
It's really about the values. You know, as I said, I'm a limited government guy. You know, and you know, family is very important. You know, I'm a Christian. I'm a deacon at my church. It's those values that I was reared in, and my wife, and what we taught our kids in, and we've experienced from going to private school to public school, trying to provide all the advantages, the challenges, and plus failing. Let your kids fail. If you coddle them all the time and they never know what failure is, and then all of a sudden, when they do have it, it's a catastrophe. I'm what you call a Booker T. Washington guy, and then I've got some of the folks in my community that are W. Du Bois. So I'm that Booker T. Washington guy. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps.
And every generation's had that debate, right? I mean, Martin and Malcolm and further on. Ms. LaMantia, what will it mean for you to take the oath in January? Especially as your first time in public office.
Can you repeat the question?
What will it mean? What does it mean to you? What will it mean to you when you raise your hand to take the oath?
It's going to mean a great deal to me. My grandfather, who started our family business that I work in now, he came down to South Texas without a college degree, without a high school degree. He was 17 years old and started working on the farms, and he built a business slowly, step by step.
Where did he come from?
Chicago. His grandfather, my great-grandfather, came from Italy when he was 8 years old to Chicago. And so our family has many generations of pulling themselves up by the bootstraps and working hard. And he taught my parents, my father and his siblings, that you need to work hard, you need to take care of those you work with, and you need to, when we build our company, everyone is a family, and we all help out and try to help each other as much as possible. And that's what we learned as well. We learned about the value of hard work. I've been working in the family company one way or another since the 6th grade, sweeping floors, and then answering phone calls, and when I got a driver's license, was put out on a route. So it was been a very, very great experience, and in that experience, I've been able to meet so many people and learn about so many different issues. And on my mom's side, many generations back, we have a U.S. Supreme Court justice as well, so it's a great legacy on both sides of the family that I'm very excited to continue.
Which ancestor is that?
His name was Justice Peckham. So that was, 12 great-grandfathers ago.
And he was a Texan, of course.
No, he wasn't.
Oh,
he was New York.
He was New York. Uh-huh.
Yes.
Serving in which period? 19th century?
Yes.
Okay. Amazing. And you, what will it mean when you take the oath?
Yeah, and I've thought about this moment for quite some time, being the first Muslim and the first South Asian ever elected in the history of the state of Texas. What does that mean to me and to our community? Because it's not only our victory, but it's also a victory that is for a lot of the Muslim and South Asian communities who have never seen one of their own in the halls of the State House. And so I'll be telling their stories. It also means for my personal family as well. My daughter inspires me, and my entire family inspires me to do the great things that I do. So my daughter runs cross country every morning. She wakes up at 5:30 to run 5K. And just the perseverance that it takes a lot. My son, he has filed 2 patents. He's an Eagle Scout. He actually knows every single member of the House and senator a lot, and I think I've talked about that in my freshman orientation.
Of the Texas House and Senate.
And Congress and New York, he knows, he's a political geek. So he has bought the domain name.
He worked on your campaign, I hope.
Oh, absolutely. We could not have won without him. He knocked on doors as well and was yelling at people coming to vote and said, "Hey, vote for my dad, vote for my dad." It was really, really nice.
How old is he?
He's 17 years old, and he's already bought the domain name Burjani for Congress, not for me, for himself, right? And thank you so much. And that's what it means to me when I hold my hand and swear and get sworn in. I think it's a lot of youth that are in our communities that have not gotten ever a chance to step in the State House, to step in the government positions. And I want to give them an opportunity to see that and hopefully build on the pipeline. Because I'm the first Muslim and the first South Asian. I don't want to be, there should be multiple people coming down that path and being able to represent that community that has not gotten a voice. And so really blessed. In fact, I tried to see if I can get the Thomas Jefferson's copy of the Quran to swear in on, which our Congressman Keith Ellison swore in on as well. Unfortunately, I was not able to get that, but we'll try to see how we can really make a big statement on what we swear in on, because that's what's going to define us for several generations. People will look at that, and so we'll do something meaningful.
If If these aren't incredible American stories, I don't know what is.
And you talk about the selfie page that your son told you to do.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm
Yes.
happy to say that. So my son has given me a great idea. I love taking selfies. In fact, right before this session was starting, I told Sewell that can we take a quick selfie? He said right after. So we'll be taking a selfie for sure. But he gave me an idea of taking, so I've taken probably 50 or 60 selfies with state representatives, state senators, congressmen and congresswomen. And so he put that all on our page. So if you go to bojanifortexas.com, you'll see something called Selfies with Salman. And you can click on that, and then you'll be able to see all the selfies we've taken. So he's in charge of that project, and he's building that. And so I was there in DC a couple of weeks ago. He introduced me to, he set this whole thing up himself by the staff of Jake Elzy, Congressman Jake Elzy. So I took a selfie with him, and he was proud to put that on there. And he's actually the one that keeps saying, we need to reduce the polarization in this country. We've had too much of that. There are people in the middle that unfortunately are not really activated to vote, but we will get them out, and that's why he was a big proponent of knocking on 45,000 doors and making 25,000 phone calls. And we brought 1,000 first-time voters out to vote for us because they had never been engaged in a meaningful way. So really blessed to have, that's why, I've got a great family. I'm telling you, if you see that I've done even 1%, my family has 99% of the influence on me, and they've done so much better than me. And by the way, I just want to recognize my wife, Nima. She's probably watching this. She's an amazing spouse. And I think we could not have done anything without her spouse. Yeah, please, give her a round of applause. So blessed to have her by my side every single time. Every single time I said, we'll go to law school, okay? I'm with you. I'm going to run for city council, okay? I'm with you. I'm going to run for state house. I'm with you. And now I'm going to be gone to Austin for 6 months. I'm with you, right? That she still keeps on saying that. I think I may get fired soon if I don't stop doing too many more things.
So after we can have a line in the back, selfies with Salman? Yes? Yes.
I would love that.
Well, and just hearing about your son, Gen Z does, I think, offer some hope that they didn't grow up with the same assumptions that maybe, today's leaders did, and perhaps there is some hope for greater bipartisanship and a seriousness about issues. Your comments about your social media manager and communications director lead me to ask next about your comm strategy. And we know this from working in the press that the nature of how one communicates with constituents and voters has changed dramatically. Formal press releases have often been superseded by communicating directly with folks. Have you thought about either your strategy? Is it going to be more social media? Do you feel under pressure to kind of communicate on social media more, or is it newsletters, or is it town halls? How do you think your comm strategy is going to take shape over the next year?
Well, during the session, we'll probably by email. Well, let me just back up. I think I'm gonna be in good hands because my district director, her name is Cynthia Calvert. Cynthia, if you're watching, hello. She used to own the local newspaper. And so I've got somebody that's been in journalism for 40 plus years, and she knows the district, knows the area. And so I'm going to be in good hands with her, especially as we get our message out to let the folks know what are we doing for them in Texas. I'm not really, I'm a baby boomer, all right? I'm just not going to just tell the truth. I got a pen right here that proves it. So, social media, I'm learning how to deal with it, but I've got the team, and they're saying, Charles, you got to get out there, and so they're putting pictures here. I go places and I forget to take pictures, and look, I need more pictures. Oh yeah, okay, we'll take one. So, and I'm glad Solomon he's sending me all the pictures he's taking, so I'm sending them. So, but it'll be a combination of some type of e-blast newsletters, what's going on, back in the district. Hopefully after session, if you have a good successful session, it'll be town halls. What did we accomplish during this session? And what do we look forward to accomplishing? What was left on the table, as we say. And so it'll be a combination of that, a little bit of social media, Twitter, whatever all you call all that stuff. And really, I like to FaceTime. I'm a in person, in your face, speaking to everybody.
Just stay off of TikTok, everyone.
Yes.
So it'll be a lot of social media. We used a lot of social media during the campaign, and we were very transparent. We wanted to make sure everyone knew where we were going, when we were going to be there, what we were doing, and what we were talking about. So we're going to continue with the social media aspect. But because our district is so diverse, and there's a lot of different ages, different people that like to receive their news in different methods. So we'll also be including email newsletters and paper and talking with our local newspapers, because one of the points that we all understand, one of the points that was made to us during orientation was how important our local news is. Our local journalism, our newspapers, our radios, our TV stations, because they're the ones that focus most on the local issues and the issues that matter on that local level. And that's what we also really need to focus on and don't need to miss out on. So keeping constant contact with our local journalists is going to be incredibly important for us going forward.
Now, Ms. Lamantia, but just pause for a moment. You won your race with just over 600 some votes. Your opponent has asked for a recount, as is his right. It's a very divided district. How do you reach out to those who didn't vote for you?
So how
do you reach out to those who did not vote for you?
So a big part of that is town halls. Invite everyone that wants to come and answer the questions. Let them ask whatever they want to ask, and have honest discussions about those issues. And we are not going to agree, and I'm not going to agree with every constituent on every issue, but there's always there's a middle ground. There's something we can come together on, there's something we can agree on, and there's something that we can all fight for. So getting out there and talking to them as much as possible and hoping to find that middle ground.
Yeah, so over the campaign, we used a lot of social media, but during the freshman orientation, we actually got a session on their different age categories, and different things appeal to them in a different way. And so that's why I think Representative Cunningham mentioned about the baby boom. I'm a millennial. I love social media. I do TikToks myself as well. In fact, one of the TikToks I did...
Not on your government devices, though.
No,
please.
not government.
Okay.
Personally, I did. I was knocking on doors and putting my yard sign out. That was the 10th yard sign or something, and I made a TikTok, and that got 50,000 views. Because it's very genuine. I'm giving them exactly what my personality is and what I intend on doing, as opposed to putting a facade up or whatnot. So I want to be genuine with them, and I look forward to doing a lot of town hall meetings, and I look forward to again continue to knock on doors. I mean, one of the things I told my district director is we should not just knock on doors during the election, because that's very self-serving. I think we should knock on doors continuously, and we've knocked on doors, Republicans, Independents, Democrats, because that is what it takes to really get the will of the people. Because we keep saying we need equality regardless of race, gender, sexual orientation, or religion, but I want to add political ideology to that as well, because I'm a state representative not for only Democrats and Independents, I'm also a state representative for also Republican. So I want to try to get everybody on the same page.
Well, and if I could just put in a plea, please talk to media. Please talk to local media. Talk to your weekly newspapers, your small town newspapers across Texas, which are really hurting, frankly, because of changes in economics, and a lot of times they're family owned, but there isn't a new generation to take on the papers. Talk to ethnic media, talk to your local community radio stations, and even talk to some of the statewide media too.
Yeah, on that note, we have 757 Nigerian community members in our district. So what we did was we went to their church, and we recruited 10 volunteers from the Nigerian community that spoke different languages. And each one had 75 voters that they were responsible for letting them know about our campaign, all the way to getting them out to vote, because GOTV is the most important when you talk about minority communities, because they don't even know. They were like, can you tell us in our language how we're supposed to go vote and who we're supposed to go vote, because they don't go vote if they don't even know what who they're voting for.
And Nigeria has obviously so much linguistic diversity.
Same thing with Nepal and Pakistan, all those kind of communities.
I'd like to invite members of our audience to ask questions. There's a microphone on the left and on the right. While you are lining up, a final question from me. You're newcomers, you're freshmen, regardless of your age or how much you've served in other bodies or institutions or your distinguished careers, you're newcomers. How do you plan to make your voice heard when leadership is so powerful at driving the agenda in both parties and in both chambers?
Well, and all that'll be done when we do our committee selections, of course, and for the Republicans, we have our Republican caucus. And so they'll have a policy committee that'll review all the bills that are out. I think as I said, with what I bring to the table, being on city council for 4 years, I know municipalities, school board for 12 years, I understand public education. And then, of course, being an employee of CenterPoint Energy, where I've worked from the gas to the generation to the TDSP, I know the electric grid, and that is high on our agenda. And so I would hope that the speaker would look at that, and of course, I'll let him know what I bring to the table, And then I won't forget to let him know that wherever you need me, Mr. Speaker. And so, but I look forward to it, and I didn't come to sit and be just furniture. I came to be a part of the solution.
Can you ask your question one more time?
Your interactions with leadership, how do you as a backbencher and as a newcomer, and for the two of you as a member of the minority party, how do you get your voice heard?
It's working with other people. It's forming relationships. It's reaching across the aisle. It's finding that middle ground. It's listening to our other members and understanding that some of their issues are our issues as well. And there's always something that we can agree on. And there's always something we can fight for and work for. And I think there's a lot of issues when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to education, when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to those bread and butter issues, we all agree. And so I think there's a lot of those issues that we can work together on, we can have real conversations about, and we can find long-term solutions to those problems.
Yeah, so one of the first times I met the speaker we're really in an odd place. And so I actually, there was a speaker had a Texas OU fundraiser in Dallas, and with 12 other Republican state representatives. I obviously am not Republican, but I'm still, I look forward to being a part of his team. And so that's why I sort of went in and I shook his hand and just was there for 5 minutes, met Representative Morgan Lamantia as well, Representative Morgan Meyer as well, and really had a great chat with him at that time. And then I met him at the orientation, right before the orientation. And I let him know that I do want to work across the aisle, and I am here to work hard, because if I'm away from my family, I'd rather be working, even late nights, in the morning, for the people of Texas. That's what I've been elected for. And so, I look forward to serving in some capacity to really build relationships. And that's what I've done in City Council in my previous term. Like I told you guys, that out of 7 City Council member board, 6 of my Republican colleagues elected me as a mayor pro tem. They could have easily picked one of their own, but they picked me because I worked so hard with the Nepali community, the Tongan community, the Ismaili community, the Muslim community, that they had no other person could be the face of ULIS besides me. And by the way, I just want to give a shout out to our city of ULIS. Your former job at New York Times. So New York Times issued an article while I was mayor pro tem, and shortly thereafter, that ULIS is the best place to live in the entire country, not just in the entire state of Texas. So I probably had something to do with that in that.
First question.
Thank you all so much for sharing your stories. I believe each of you mentioned flooding as a big issue for your constituents. Whether it's drawing down federal infrastructure funds under the SRFs, or incorporating climate change into state planning processes, or giving counties the authority to adopt enforceable building code standards, what are the biggest priorities that you see will be for the legislative session to address flooding for your constituents?
So one of the things that some of the other senators have put in place is called the Flood Infrastructure Fund. And that is a great way for our local counties and our municipalities to bring those dollars down to be able to fix their roads and their drainage systems. And love to see some money from our surplus that we're walking into hopefully go to fund and put more money in that Flood Infrastructure Fund. And also working with, so one of the things I've learned is that water does not care about county lines, city lines. So we need our counties and our cities to work together and have a plan, because when they work together, that's when we're gonna have the greatest impact. And we have that overreaching plan. And of course, it comes down to bringing down those dollars and bringing down that expertise and making sure our cities and our counties have what they need to be able to do the job they were elected to do as well.
I'll just echo, and I forget the actual name of the fund, but I believe there is a flood
The Flood
fund.
Infrastructure Fund.
Yeah, but it's about to be depleted, and so we'll have to be looking at getting that money back in there. In my area, where I'm at, in District 127, we actually created a flood planning committee amongst our residents, and so we've included our county commissioner, our neighboring county commissioner, our congressman, which is Dan Crenshaw, and a few of the stakeholders in that area. And so we're looking at projects that are important to us there. But now we've got to keep in mind now, a project in our area might be a fix there, but it might cause a problem elsewhere. And so we got to be at the 30,000 foot level as we look. I think with all the maybe 15, hold me to it, but 15 flood planning ranges, zones, whatever, we're in region 6. And so I know that those plans have come forward. I know that they're for comments now. We're looking at it. Our group is looking at that also. There is some legislation that we're looking at partnering up with. I think Representative Muir has gotten a bill. It didn't pass the last session. We're looking at seeing if we can get that further, get it across the line. But those are the things that we're looking at.
Yeah, unfortunately, climate change is causing a lot of catastrophes like flooding. In fact, in the country that I'm born in, Pakistan, had seen devastating flooding. 1/3 of the country was in water. It's home to 7,000 glaciers, and they were melting like anything, and that's how the country wasn't flooded. But I think we need to spend a lot of money on infrastructure, and we have the extra funds to be able to do that, because climate change will bring a lot more issues that we had not previously paid attention to. So as a team, we need to work on, get experts on board. I'm not a flood expert at all. I need to get people that are involved, that know exactly what, they have a master's degree in that, and trying to figure out how we can really work together.
Thank you. Next question.
Congratulations on all of you getting elected, and I want to thank you for your past and future service to your communities and the state of Texas. I was so glad that you brought up the word respect, because as a former public school teacher and researcher at the University of Texas, I work on that every day. How are my students supposed to respect me if I don't do the same? So I have to work on that every day. I do want to be sure we show respect to our public school students, our public school teachers, and if you can remember the retired teachers and retired state workers, COLAs for them so that they live with respect. So I want to thank you for bringing up that topic, because the infrastructure of our roads, bridges, and human capital is so important. My question to you is, what will you do to prevent another situation like what happened in Uvalde, Texas?
So school safety.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for being an educator, and thank you for uplifting the voices of people that do not have. Yeah, and it's really, really sad. I mean, I think about the parents, because if this happened to me, I do not know, like I would have never not be able to forget that at all. And so we sometimes, go about our life and just forget about what happened in Uvalde and other shootings. We really need to bring the human aspect to it, the family aspect to it. And these are the kids that cannot even vote for us. So we should be uplifting them more and trying to really engage them in that. And respect is obviously the starting point with all that. And so I'm really blessed, at least we're starting off with that in the freshman class. But I think we need to have more security in our schools. We need to make sure that we're not putting guns in hands of kids that can't even buy alcohol. And so I can't even imagine, my son is 17 years old. If even 1 year later, 2 years later, I can't imagine him knowing how to use an automatic rifle or guns. So I just feel there has to be background checks. We need to make sure that the mental health of people that are purchasing guns is sound, because they're the ones that are giving other people bad name for owning guns. And so I think, we need to bring all the stakeholders in. We need to bring experts. I'm very big on having people that have master's degrees and all that. With that, trying to see how we can really come up with, across whether you are or D, I think this is an issue that faces the entire state of Texas, and I think this session will be really important and will defining session for how do we take care of gun safety.
I think a big part of the solution comes down to making sure our public school systems are fully funded. We want our schools to be safe. We want our kids to be safe. We want our parents to know that when they drop their kids off, they're going to be able to pick them up at the end of the day. And we need to make sure that our school systems have the funds that they need to be able to implement those safety measures that the experts do recommend. And we don't want our school districts to have to decide between putting in a new security system versus being able to pay their teachers. So we need to make sure that our school systems are fully funded so that they can handle both, and we can have top of the line security and safety mechanisms in place at all of our schools across the board. What we also need to do is, so I've been out in the district and spoken with our chiefs of police, spoken with sheriffs, spoken with police officers, spoken with teachers and parents, and everyone agrees that we need to put in place background checks, age limits when it comes to automatic weapons, and look at red flag laws as well. And when we talk about public education and fully funding it, we also need to talk about mental health and making sure all of our schools have mental health professionals, not just to help with the kids, but the teachers and the staff as well. And especially with the pandemic and our social emotional learning and our gaps there, we need the mental health care more than ever in our school systems.
And the short word is no unfunded mandates.
Yes.
So, but my wife just retired. She was an educator, school teacher. And so I go back, my district that I'm representing, it touches 5 school districts. It touches the Huffman, Humboldt, New Caney, I got on tip of my tongue, Aldine and Spring. And I told you earlier, I met with all the stakeholders. And so I met with all the superintendents. One thing that we did in Humboldt when we hired our superintendent, Dr. Elizabeth Fagan, and she came from Colorado, where, you know, Colorado had the Columbine. We were a fast growth school district. We actually, you know, when we were building our schools, designed them with safety in mind. And then we've got our school police. Now, I've heard that there's some legislation to get rid of school police. I hadn't read it yet, but I just heard. We definitely can't do that because when we look at law enforcement overall, they all have a staffing issue. So we don't have it there. But I think when we talk about, you know, what are we going to do, everything that they've just said plus more, and if we fund it, or if we mandate it, you know, that we mandate it with no unfunded mandate. And by the way, yes, I am a COLA guy.
Thank you so much.
A final question, please.
Yes, as a student, what insight or advice could you give to a future politician?
Reserve your domain name?
I'm building a website right now, yes.
No, I think I talk to people all the time about running for office, but it starts several years before you run for office. Because if you really have the passion to serve your constituents and your people, it should be apparent in a non-elected position. So I served in my city of Euless for 3 years on the Euless Park Board. Parks is why I moved to Euless, because in a 16 square mile city, it has 17 parks. And so my passion was to serve there, so that's why I got on that. And then when I ran for city council, I was not an outsider, right? I knew how things work. I had already met city council members, and so I would encourage you to serve in a board or commission in your city. And that's how Rafael Anchia, when I met him, Representative Anchia, had encouraged me to do that in 2013, and that's what I did that. So try to do that.
I would say get out there and talk to the people, your neighbors, the people in your community, your city, your county, and understand their issues. See where you have middle ground, and also understand what you're passionate about. If you are passionate about serving your community, start today, start now, find something that you can start working for, that you can start to fight for your neighbors and make people's lives a little bit better, and continue to do that. And as you learn more about what's needed in your community, and you find it within yourself that you want to keep fighting for it, and despite red tape, bureaucracy, and everything else that kind of comes up and can be a roadblock, you keep fighting for that. And if you do that, and if you fight for those around you, you're gonna make a really good politician. I hate to say politician, but politician, yes.
Well, first, let me just say, Sewell, thank you, for having us up here, and thank all of you for being here. I think really it comes down to, in order to lead, you must be willing to serve. And so that is where it's at. You know, to be a leader of all, you must be a servant of all. And so find something that you believe in and go for it.
Representative-elect Charles Cunningham, Senator-elect Morgan Lamantia, Representative-elect Solomon Bojani, thank you so much for this discussion.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit THA.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit THA.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit THA.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit THA.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
Okay, well, thanks everybody for settling down. We've got a great panel here on border and border security, and I'm very excited because we've got people actually from the border to talk about it. Often us in the press, we live in Austin for the most part, who cover the Capitol, and so it's really great to talk to people actually on the border, to hear about the reality down there and what's going on with them. To my immediate left, we have Representative Oscar Longoria from Mission. Next to him is Judge Dale Carruthers, who is a Terrell County judge out in West Texas, and she can really drive a pickup truck, I'll tell you. And we'll get more into that. And next to her, we have Mayor Javier Villalobos of McAllen. He is a Republican, not that that matters in a mayor position, but he made a big splash, I guess, by winning the mayoral seat down there in McAllen. As a Republican. And next to him, we have Representative Eddie Morales of Eagle Pass, also very knowledgeable about the border. And here we go. I mean, we're just going to get started, just jump right in. Obviously, with border issues, the first thing we talk about legislature-wise is Operation Lone Star. At this point, we've spent $4 billion plus. I'm not really sure where some of that money comes from, but maybe we'll figure it out. Maybe Representative Longoria can help us out here. But I guess I just want to start off with, there's so much debate in Austin about, is there really a crisis on the border? Are we spending our state money wisely? And we've got 2 Democrats up here, 2 Republicans, 1 Republican who used to be a Democrat, and we'll talk about that a little bit as well. But I just want to hear from y'all's perspective, do we even need Operation Lone Star? What is the reality in your neck of the woods, and do you think we need it?
Well, I think that's a tough question, right? Because there's pros and there's cons to the operation. I've been privy to the process, legislative process, going on my 6th term, right? seeing the way things have kind of changed, from 2013, kind of all the issues on the border till now. I mean, there was a point in time where there was high-speed chases all of 281, which is one of our bigger roads. And maybe the mayor can kind of get into this right now, but things have kind of subsided, right? Now, do we have folks crossing the border? Yes. Are many of those individuals coming out here to Texas or trying to get somewhere else in the United States because they're trying to flee bad conditions? Yes. But at the same time, there is folks that are coming across, wanting to transport narcotics, taking advantage of those individuals, or maybe trying to flee some circumstances because maybe they may be involved in some type of illegal activity. But I think for the most part, the individuals that are trying to cross are trying to better themselves and their families, right? So the issue arises for us in the border is where I feel I'm safe, right? I live in the city of Mission. I feel it's a very safe city. I have 2 little girls, born and raised in South Texas, went back when I graduated from the University of Texas, so I feel the community is safe. Now, alongside that river, which is that separation between us and Mexico, there's always been trafficking, and things have changed. Trafficking has changed. Now, I think as legislators, and my role is, where does the state of Texas fit into all of that? And the reason I echo that is, there was a time where, unfortunately, the federal government wasn't providing the resources to the federal agencies, in my opinion. And what I mean by resources is cameras, surveillance, all that technology. So the Department of Public Safety, through various initiatives, and it changes all the time, there was at one point where we funded various planes, aerostats, and these planes fly across the border at night, kind of look for individuals, and especially during the day. Now, during the day, it's incredibly hard because it's so hot in South Texas that you just see these heat pockets. Many times it could just be brush. Many times it could be folks trying to cross, right? So it's a very difficult job. It's very technology, resource-based, and all that costs money. Federal government, their stuff flows a little bit differently. So what I would see the positives is our funding would help curtail some of that illegal activity because the federal government wasn't providing for that. Now, the question arises for us is we need to make a financial decision as a state. When do we stop? How do we stop? Do we scale back? And frankly, I think the initiative in the border will never change. Security initiative, Operation Lone Star, whatever operation you want to call it. It's just a question on, do you scale back? Do you rev it up? And where can you help local authorities? Now, I've always been a proponent where if the funding's going to come down, it's coming down to South Texas. I told my local sheriff, I told my local municipalities, focus on your city. You don't need to be focusing on helping so much on the border because these operations are there to curtail that illegal activity and then hopefully, work hand in hand with Border Patrol. But it's just so complex because you have a state that's on the border, you have a federal issue, but sometimes it does become a state issue. So it's very difficult to kind of give, a one answer. I mean, it's just a complex issue that I've seen, over the last 12 years.
Judge Carruthers?
Yes. Here in Terrell County, I have one of the largest land masses in Texas. I'm probably the 5th largest county in Texas with one of the smallest populations. So in saying Operation Lone Star, it's imperative to my county. I have less than 1,000 people, and we have the least to offer and the most to lose because I have 91 miles of border. And securing the border and what we see, just as diverse as each one of us here in the regions we represent, the people that come across that border are as different as that is too. In my region, we see a lot of men dressed in camo. I'm in the brush, where it's the desert. So you're gonna see a lot of really, really rugged terrain, people crossing it. And they're not coming as asylum seekers. They're smuggling drugs and they're running, and we get a lot of high-speed pursuits in my region. And saying that, I butt up against Val Verde County, Brewster County, and Pecos County, so literally in the middle of nowhere. And without Operation Lone Star, I feel that our 91 miles of border could be potentially compromised. We greatly appreciate all that help, and I communicate with every level of the county government, state, and every level to try to make sure that Terrell County is taken care of. But it is very, very crucial to my particular region. And right now, we are the beginning of the Big Bend Mountain region. So right now, we are the hot spot. And on any given day, you can have anywhere from 17 pursuits happening before 1 o'clock, right after, like now. You can seriously have that many pursuits happening, and it's a lot of coverage, and we can't do it alone with a population of less than 1,000 people. So it's very crucial.
Mayor Villalobos.
Certainly, well, first of all, we start off with the premise that we shouldn't be involved in immigration at all. Neither municipalities or state, but we do it for public safety. So we get into the issues of, first of all, and also, we're no longer the hotspot like we were a couple of years ago. It has shifted from the Rio Grande Valley towards Laredo, towards Eagle Pass, Del Rio, and now here we go. So it's totally different for us. For us now, what we have is pretty much asylum seekers, which we've been dealing with for quite a bit. So you get into the issue of Lone Star, Operation Lone Star, and even though we still have some issues with people just trying to go in, we don't deal with that. Because that's pretty much kind of like Representative Longoria says, mission is safe. Well, McAllen was the 6th safest city in the country. Last year, we were the 7th safest city in the country. This year, the 6th safest city in the country. Second best as far as violent crimes in the state of Texas. So, and sometimes I think, do we attribute part of that to Operation Lone Star? And I think we do. I think we do part of it. And then the other thing is the economics. So there's different views. For us in the Rio Grande Valley, especially McAllen, the tremendous economic impact of Operation Lone Star. You know, we hardly ever see the National Guard. DPS, we really don't see them very often because they're out there. But every day, every night, the spending, all the hotel rooms full, the restaurants, the everything. So for us, it's pretty much been a boon. We have a very safe area. So, and I just can't, I see, for us, Operation Lone Star has been a success.
Representative Morales.
Yeah, as the only Democratic joint author of HB 9, which appropriated an additional $1.8 billion for border security, I have seen the benefits that Operation Lone Star has brought to the border. So this is a mixed answer that I'm going to give you, because 1 year down now, we can safely say we've tossed at this issue over $2 billion from what were appropriated on HB 9, and you mentioned in totality over $4 billion. And we can't keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. You need to listen to folks that are on the border, that lived on the border, and that know how the border works if we want to fix this. Is there a solution? There is a solution, and I'd like to focus on that now. I sent the letter to the governor back in May, and we've had follow-up conversations and interviews. And I really do think that we need to think outside the box when it comes to border and immigration, that Texas can lead on this issue, and we can show other states how we can take control of our border and make it to where it's a win-win situation. One of the things that I think that we need to focus on is if these migrants are crossing the river right now, we're doing it wrong. And what I mean by that is we are incentivizing human smugglers and cartels from charging these individuals to continue crossing through the river and exposing our National Guard and our troopers, as well as our Border Patrol. My brother-in-law is a Border Patrol agent. I have a lot of friends that are Border Patrol agents and law enforcement. Of course, I don't want anything to happen to them. We've lost already humans, both migrants and law enforcement individuals, to this operation. And a year down the road, we keep having these huge numbers. Has it been worthwhile? Yes, because when I needed that help in Del Rio, I called, and in less than 24 hours, Director McCraw had over 100 troopers there to help with the migrant search that took place earlier in the year, where we saw from 1,000 multiplied to over 15,000 in less than 24 hours. When Judge Carruthers called and said, now everything is being pushed up here through Terrell County, we don't have enough troopers. One call is all that it took, and within 24 hours, she had additional troopers to assist her one sheriff that is out there. And so, to me, I think it's a mixed issue of, yes, there has been successes, but we can't continue to throw this money. How do we fix it? You know, I've gone and done interviews, and some of you may have listened to this, but if you haven't, I think, you know, when the Mexican mayor, and I visited with him, they did an audit of all these migrants coming in. They put them in an old maquiladora that they retrofitted with restrooms and all of that so that they could be housed in there. They did an audit of every one of the migrants, and everyone had close to $2,000 to $5,000 in their pockets, because that's how much they know that what's going to cost to get smuggled into the U.S. What if Texas charged an asylum application fee of $2,000, let's say, for every one of those migrants that was gonna, they're already gonna make it. They were given papers immediately after they cross. The troopers, the Border Patrol, no one can stop them or ask them to go back. They just process them. But if we charge, the state charged $2,000, we had only in the Del Rio sector, which is Eagle Pass, Del Rio, and Terrell County, those areas, we had 1,600 crossings daily. That's $3.2 million daily that we could make. That's over $1.2 billion that the state of Texas can make on asylum application fees. And then we put conditions on them. They're already, most of them are gonna be model citizens, James, and you know this, over 95% or more. They just want a better life. I can ask every one of you in this room, and you would probably want to do the same thing, and you would not wait 5 or 10 years for somebody to tell you you could cross, that your paperwork wasn't processed, when your kids weren't getting fed and getting nourished the way that they should be. You would take it upon you to give them a better life. And this is what these individuals, most of them, are doing. And in doing so, we need to understand that, do workforce agreements, do like an EIN pilot project, which is what I mentioned to the governor also. They get a purple ID card. They're able to now live here in Texas, but with the condition that they have to work. We need to make sure that the message in Mexico and in Latin America and in all these other places where they're coming, that the message is clear. If you come to Texas, we're gonna ask you to work. You're gonna pay into the system, not pull out of the system. After a 5 or 7 year period, we're charging renewal fees also, and making sure that they're in good standing. Even that purple EIN pilot project could have like a RDIF chip to where any law enforcement individual could just, charge them with a gun, and you can tell who that individual is, and we can keep somewhat of a control as to where these migrants are. But we make them come out of the shadows, we make them be part of society, and there's also this condition that they can't get anything over a Class C misdemeanor. They're positive contributors to our economy, which we need. Our unemployment is super low here in Texas, and at last count, we had over 850,000 jobs that remain unfilled. Do we need this work? Yeah, it's work that nobody else wants to do. They're willing to do it because they want a better life for their family. And I think that those are the focuses that we should make. Workforce agreements, pilot project on the EIN, and making sure that we create somewhat of a pathway by which these individuals can come out of the shadows. I'm not talking about citizenship or anything like that, but I'm just talking about a format by which we can have some maintenance. There's some renewal fees that are paid into it. And so the state is actually making money on this issue rather than the money that is being wasted at the federal level and at the state level. Congress has failed to act in over 40 years. This is a total failure on Congress's part. So we're having to now lead on this issue because Congress has failed us. And that's what we need to understand. And we need to also make sure that we send up Congress, both House of Representatives and US Senators, that we make them, are you going to fix this, or are you going to allow it to continue just for purposes of being able to drumbeat your base whenever you need them in the next race? And in the process, this should not be an R thing, this should not be a D thing, this should not be an independent thing. It should just be about fixing this issue regardless of where we stand as a party or a party affiliation. Thank you.
And I think you hit it right there, Congress, the Senate, and the President, because at the very end, it is not a municipal or a state issue. I've probably done hundreds of interviews and discussed the issues about immigration, everybody talking about comprehensive immigration. Well, I'll say it's BS, because nobody wants to do it. Washington is so divided, so polarized, that they won't do it. They discuss about DACA, for example, that I guess either side is okay about, hey, there's a lot of good people there, let's fix it, but they don't. We know that the population of the United States is aging. We know that the birth rates are lower, and we know we need people to work, which means allow some people to come in. Asylum seekers that are capable and able to work, but they won't do it. And I always suggested piecemeal it. You can do one part, another part, but it's Washington at the very end. It is Washington that fails to do what they're supposed to do. And they use, and I'll say it again, and I ruffle feathers all the time, they utilize these type of social issues to divide people, to conquer, and to raise money. It happens throughout. With immigration, it happens with the social issues of immigration, with abortion, with gay rights, everything. They split people, they raise money, and we gotta stay away from that. We gotta come back towards the middle and do what's best for the American people. And what's best for the American people is really fix up the issue, especially immigration right now. We gotta do it. But it is not you, it is not Representative Longoria, it is Washington.
Well, let me just jump in here, because I sort of love the nuance that you guys are talking about and the different perspectives on Operation Lone Star. But Representative Morales, presents I think an interesting proposal here in terms of why wouldn't we have a workforce agreement where we could have these people coming and we could vet them. Judge Carruthers, we were just talking about these people are coming in and it's the gotaways. We don't know who the bad guys are, right? But a vetting process would say like, okay, you are an upstanding citizen, you can come here, and you're talking about, it sounds like something that's not even a path to citizenship, but it's a path to, it's just a temporary permit, or whatever the case may be. These are things that not only you are offering, I know Representative Raymond has offered, Beto O'Rourke offered it during his campaign, and the state of Texas could do this, right? I mean, the state of Texas could implement a workforce agreement. Sounds like Democrats would be for it, but we've got 2 Republicans here. It sounds like Mayor Villalobos, you would be interested in that.
I definitely would. The only issue I see, though, is I think that's more a federal issue. I don't know whether the state of Texas would be able to do that. Because at the very end, it is a federal issue, whether you can work or not. And that's where we run into some problems.
And I mentioned that in the letter to the governor, that some of this may draw the ire of the Department of Justice at the federal level, but then again, the argument would be that Congress has failed us for 30 or 40 years.
When has Texas been scared to draw the ire of the federal government?
And that we've had to defend our border and defend ourselves, and we can't continue doing this. I call it Operation Lone Star has had its success, but I see it now as a $3-4 million stopgap that doesn't address the real issue. Are we, at that point, are we going to continue throwing money and just claiming that it's a success because we have all these arrests? Or are we going to fix the central issue, fix the actual issue itself so that we don't keep throwing money at it year after year after year? I'd much rather that money go into public education. I'd much rather go into property tax relief. I'd much rather see it in a number of mental health awareness initiatives that everyone in Texas needs and that we're sorely lacking also, rather than keep throwing it on the border.
I want to go to Judge Carruthers just because we are talking about the federal government and its role in here, and Representative Longoria, you kind of talked about this as well. When they don't do the things that they're supposed to, it makes the state sort of have to fill in those gaps. But Judge Carruthers, I sort of alluded to this earlier, but you'd been a longtime Democrat out there in Terrell County. Your whole family was Democrat, and I think recently, in the last year or so, you have become a Republican. Partially, and I think in large part, because of the border crisis in your neck of the woods. I wonder if you can sort of talk us through that and sort of your appeals. I think there were some appeals to the federal government from your behalf, and you didn't hear back from them, but you heard from the state.
Right. I feel that myself, watching how the Biden administration failed the United States on the border situation would make anybody second guess, what your standards are. And myself, and I'm speaking for all the ranchers on the border as well, because we're a 4th generation rancher. We have 17,000 acres on the border of Mexico. And let me tell you something, when they said the borders are opened and yes, failure to secure the border, this isn't Texas's job. We were here on that ranch when Texas became Texas, but we're having to deal with it. We are doing what the federal government isn't doing and hasn't been doing since the Biden administration took office. But regardless of whether we're Republicans or Democrats, we are Texans. And yes, I agree that I wish that we didn't have to face what the federal government's shortcomings have brought us to, but we're here. And Operation Lone Star is super critical right now because we have got to secure this border. Immigration reform is imperative. I believe that every level of immigration reform needs to be looked at. I mean, I'm dealing with it every single day. And I'm going to tell you something. Having that ranch for 4 generations, we've always dealt with people coming from Mexico. But when 120 countries come through Terrell County, there's an issue. You know, when they think that they have the right to destroy our land, our fences, cut them, destroy our water. I mean, water is expensive, and out on the ranch, it's a game reserve. The food that you put on your table, somebody has to raise it. Somebody has to bring it to you. And those people are being compromised by others that think that they're entitled. So every bit of it's wrong. Immigration reform, I do agree with. I mean, on different levels. It's going to have to be so multi-layered that everybody's voice needs to be heard. Because if we don't do something, be prepared to be a doormat. But I'll tell you one thing, Terrell County does not want to be a doormat. Yes, I do have 91 miles of border. That's why I'm sitting here right now telling you exactly what we feel should happen. And you know how big it is. I took you all over the county.
It's a big old ranch, yeah. She said, this ranch is like my backyard. I said, okay, I'll be there at noon or something. And she said, it's going to take the whole day, and it did take the whole day. So, and just for context, Terrell County, the sheriff is the main law enforcement that you have there. I think he has like 4 deputies. It's not a big department.
No, it's not that big.
And you were telling me before we came up here that you have sometimes 60 people, 49 people coming through your ranch in one day.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Not too long ago, I was just going to mention this to you guys. Not too long ago, I was in Washington listening to the families of the Voices of Fentanyl, and fentanyl is being trafficked through the county all the time. Drugs are being trafficked through the county. And on the day that I was there, of course, people were being bused all over the country in groups of 50, which is fine. We can't keep them in Texas. They've got to go somewhere. If you don't feel the weight of the burden, you don't believe it exists. But on that particular day, that I was a few days before I had left, they apprehended a group of 49. Which would be, it's right behind our house, but it's like 4 or 5 house distance if you're going to try to measure your own neighborhood. And then one day we apprehended 60. This is still on the ranch, groups of 60 or groups of 49 or 30. I mean, I support anybody that tries to protect their own neighborhood. Neighborhood watch is an amazing thing. It's always worked in the cities, but neighborhood watch in the country has got to be the National Guard, DPS, brush units, state troopers, whoever it is, the Texas Rangers, game wardens. That's pretty much my neighborhood watch. And if they're not out there, they're coming to yours.
So I want to go to Representative Longoria and just talk about, we're hearing about the issues that there are. I've been to Eagle Pass. I've been to Terrell County. There are a lot of people, coming through. I was in Eagle Pass, and I was just hanging out in the golf course, and I seen people crossing over, say, hey, where can we turn ourselves into Border Patrol? I was like, right there, like under the bridge over there. You were talking about how in your area, and I think the mayor was talking about, it's much calmer. I wouldn't say it's calmer, but you guys have gotten used to it. And
until December the 21st.
So if you want to weigh on, and what can the federal government do to get it to that level in other places?
So I remember going through these discussions years ago, right, with Colonel McCraw and what are the metrics. And I always remember that one comment that was always made was, you'll know we're successful when they move west, because we've done our part to make sure, because that corridor in South Texas was phenomenal for folks wanting to traffic narcotics or move aliens, right? Because you just go ahead and you jump across and you get on the road and you're on a major interstate pretty quick, right? That is, if you're in the business of doing illegal activity, that is the route you want to take. You don't want to go through Terrell County, through the judges area. That's treacherous terrain. That's hard business for them. But why are they doing that? Because I believe that the operations have been working in South Texas. So what happened? You force these industries to go west, right? And that's why we deal more with the humanitarian aspect, because those individuals that are probably crossing our area, they're probably going to get caught. And they probably know this. So they're not really trying to cross to, move narcotics, or, I'm sure there's some coyotes there that are taking advantage of people, but they know in all likelihood they're probably going to get caught.
They're trying to get caught and seek asylum or something.
If folks are in the business of doing illegal activity and moving fentanyl or whatever other narcotics, they're going to go through Terrell County, because they have a better chance of getting away there and having to risk, crossing the South Texas border, which is, Hidalgo, Willacy, Starr County. So I think that shows that the operations have worked, but now we have to deal with the variable that now they've gone west and now we're in the judges county, and how do we address that? And, it's unfortunate. It's a big county. small sheriff's department, where do you house all these individuals? And then the other one is this: you make the arrest, right? And let's just say the federal government doesn't want to prosecute. How do you charge these individuals with a state crime? Where do they fit into the whole system? We have a border prosecution unit, which I actually helped codify back in 2015 or 17. You have prosecutors that have state authority, and how does all this work in the system, right? And I think that's the complex issue that we deal with, right? Because you arrest these individuals, and are they committing a federal crime? Are they committing trespass? Where do they fit in the whole gamut of the judicial system? And then that's another problem you have to deal with, because now you're passing that over to your county attorney, your district attorney. And I mean, if the person's undocumented, they're probably not going to get bonded out, right? Because there'll probably be an immigration hold. Now they have to go through the whole judicial process, and you have to keep them in your jail. And then you're going to have to appoint a public defender, right? If they can't afford. I mean, these are all issues down the pipeline that I think folks forget about.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point, because your thought is that it has worked because we push it out west. Now Judge Carruthers is having to deal with it. Now Representative Morales is having to deal with it.
I wanted to add something to that.
Yeah, you got to talk to him after the panel. But I think it just illustrates the point that, like, if we're gonna tackle it with like state resources, like, we are limited as to what you can talking about the prosecution and like what can we do. I mean, these are federal statutes sometimes, and it's full circle, because then we get back to Representative Morales' point about, if we don't tackle this at a federal level, like the root cause of the immigration, we're gonna be doing this dance, and y'all are gonna be spending $4 billion over and over and over again. I want to move on to a different subject, because we're running down on time, and we will take questions when we get to 15 minutes. I'll let y'all know. But I want to talk about the migrant busing program. It's another one of these situations where we go full circle, where, like in McAllen, the governor was saying, don't transport these migrants. If there's a bus that has migrants, DPS troopers have the authority to stop them. That was 2021. 2022 comes around. Now Eddie Morales is having to deal with migrant buses that are state sanctioned, state authorized, going to DC, going to New York, going to Chicago, going to Philadelphia. So what are y'all's thoughts, and we'll start with Representative Morales, about this migrant busing program? It's such a nuanced one, because in certain respects it's what immigration advocates have been asking for, like, get these people to their final location. Mm-hmm. But it's just the way that it's rolled out, it's been so confusing. So I wonder where you stand on it, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's another one with mixed feelings, because I think there's a part that it's theatrics at the state and national level, and I don't think that we should use humans for that. But at the same time, I understand a number of communities deeper in the United States feel that this is a non-issue, or that the immigration is a non-issue, and it's just more drumbeat to scare Texans, but it is real. And so I like that aspect of it, where they get to see, and they actually get to see, well, this is what we're dealing with, and this is what the judge and the sheriff in Maverick County, where I'm from, and all the 11 counties that I represent, and they get to deal with it daily. And I get the photos, I get the mass lines of individuals crossing through ranches, and individuals, the trash that is left behind, and all the issues that we have to deal with. So it's a mixed bag of emotions, but again, it goes back to that only again addresses just some of the issues, but doesn't go to the core issue of either the state or the federal government. And I don't have a problem. Let's like you said, Texas, we don't back down from the federal government that much. We constantly, are in litigation with them. And I think this is, if we're going to be in litigation, let's be in litigation about this that is so important to all Texans. And if we started focusing, one of the major platforms in my letter to the governor was focus on the border infrastructure. The border has been some of the last communities that the state of Texas and our legislators have focused on. If we focused on that, not only would the border continue to grow and expand exponentially through our economic progress, but also the inner cities within Texas would all benefit. If you could get 18-wheeler traffic, rather than 2 hours waiting on the bridge or 4 hours waiting on the bridge at some of these locations, and if you could get them in and out, it would be a game changer for not only the border communities and places like Laredo, for example. They're already so saturated and so much more economic growth coming through that now Eagle Pass and places like Del Rio and even the city of Presidio, further on west, which is in our district, are all standing to benefit from it. You know, I represent the largest district in the state of Texas. There's over 750 miles of border. I represent 9 out of the 14 counties that share a border with Mexico. I didn't want to be the border guy, but I think, you know, I just basically embraced it after my first session and said, if there's going to be somebody, might as well be me. I lived on the border. I've worked. I have family both on the Eagle Pass and on the Mexico side. And I really do think that we need to think outside the box when it comes to these issues and make sure that we're using the taxpayers' monies wisely and we're fixing the issue and stop making this an R, a D, or an independent thing.
You raised the point of like the migrant busing program shows other parts of the country what y'all are dealing with on the border. Mayor Villalobos, I think I saw you quoted in one of the stories saying like if we can deal with it, they can deal with it too. So I wonder what your thoughts are as you see the migrant busing program happening and you know, now major cities having that experience like Representative Morales is talking about.
No, definitely. As a matter of fact, when it was going to happen, actually the governor ruined my vacation. I was in Argentina when this happened. So needless to say, the two issues were busing and the stopping of the 18-wheelers for inspection. I called the governor, and he called back immediately within 5 minutes, which was pretty cool. And the issue of the busing was taken care of pretty quick. I said, Mayor, this is people that volunteer to go. I'm like, okay, if they volunteer to go.
That's his own fault, I would say. He did not announce it like that.
So, yes, correct. So if they volunteer to go to the general area that they want to be, good. I don't like the fact that they're paying for it, especially knowing, like a representative said, they have $5,000 in their pocket. I mean, why should the state of Texas pay? But you know what? It is kind of a political type of deal, and to send them to wherever they're going. So, okay, that's fine. The issue, though, was the other one, the inspection of the 18-wheelers. Within a week, it was chaos. And I know that backfired. I know that one was difficult. I know there was meetings and deals with governors in Coahuila, Nuevo León, Tamaulipas. And to me, those were sham deals. They were just done for the purposes of, let's move on and stay away from this.
Because in the meantime, produce is rotting on the 18-wheelers, you know, messing up the supply chain even more.
It was one of the worst moves we could have ever done.
Oil and gas, for example, barite. I was getting calls from producers that are crossing barite for West Texas, and they're used to getting 6 to 8 truckloads a day, and they were down to 1 or 2 truckloads. And it was only mechanical, Mayor. You're right.
Yeah,
it was only mechanical. It wasn't even really to open up the 18-wheeler back doors to see if there was any migrants. These inspections were mechanical in nature, not really doing anything to address the issue. So again, I've worked well with the governor's office, and I'm one of those Democrats that has pushed the issue of we need to reach across the aisle and work with Republicans to get anything done in independence. I'm 100% behind that. But at the same time, sometimes there's certain actions that are taken more for theatrics, and it takes away from the substantive issues that we need to discuss as grown men and women in the legislature and try to fix this for all Texans.
And that was one of the very few that I disagree with the governor. So, and then you get into the issue of New York and what was it, Boston. I mean, they were drowning in a cup of water. I mean, they had 30 people in a bus. We used to get 1,500 a day. 1,500 a day for months. We opened up a shelter. We did what we had to do, and we took care of it. We never, not a single incident, a criminal incident, not a single one. With 1,500 people a day for months, and probably over a year, till finally it reduced when, I don't want to say it again, but they started shifting to the west. And so even now...
Judge Carrera is going to have a word with all of you guys after the panel.
But even now we only get we still probably get about 300, but it's asylum seekers. We deal with the asylum seekers. They come to downtown McAllen. Their Catholic Charities processes them. They fix up they help them get their travel arrangements. They themselves pay, the immigrants. And they're out hopefully by the next day. As a matter of fact, I tell people, and whenever they go visit McAllen, because they expect to see immigrants running all over the place. They expect to see bandidos running around. I tell them, I challenge you to go find me an immigrant. You're not. You're not going to find one. I mean,
The situation is different for Eagle Pass and for
here you
Sanderson.
go again.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But yes,
I would like to add, James, there's something very important as far as the shifting. I think something that the audience, again, taking into account border background and historical background. The state of Coahuila sits right across Eagle Pass, Del Rio, and much of Terrell County, I believe. It's one of the safest, if not the safest state in Mexico. And so that's why you're seeing also a lot of these migrants now going through there, because they're not going to be exposed to the human smugglers and the cartel and all that, the human smuggling aspect of it. They feel that it is safer to go through there. But in the process, and having a very safe state right across Eagle Pass, Del Rio, and Sanderson, we're faced with this issue. Because you hear it constantly. And we still have some of those more battles, narco battles taking place
and I think
further down
to play devil's advocate on the governors, because there was some criticism of the governor's deals with the bordering states in Mexico. It is a question of like, why don't the feds have these agreements with the states, and why isn't like Biden or Kamala Harris having those conversations with those states in Mexico that could help with the border enforcement so that the flow stops up on your borders? This will be my last question, and we'll start lining up for questions, I think. But I do want to talk about, we can't talk about Operation Lone Star without talking about the National Guard. The governor has boasted that there were 10,000 service members deployed down there. It's not been a fun ride for them. Pay issues, very, very poor living conditions. Now there's a tax issue that their tax forms are incorrectly withheld, and there's been suicides tied to the mission, right? And let's be honest, a lot of them don't want to be out there. I mean, the National Guard is supposed to be for short-term stints. Hurricanes, tornadoes, most recently like COVID vaccine stuff, where you need emergency in and out. These guys and gals did not sign up to be out there on year-long deployments on the National Guard. So, Representative Longoria, I mean, where are you on that? I mean, what have you heard? I mean, does it look like we're going to keep 5,000 people? That's part of the cost too.
So, we saw this issue early on back in 17 and in 19 when there was a big influx of DPS troopers down in South Texas. Many of these troopers, the men and women that worked for the department, did not live in South Texas nor have connections to South Texas. They lived all across the state. So not only were you taking those individuals from their respective areas, because they were out there patrolling their communities, now you're taking them away from their families, right? So being away from your family to perform your job, I mean, it does become difficult. Now, I commend all the men and women in the Guard, but I do think to a certain point, a lot of them probably did not sign up for that, thinking that that was something they were going to do. So the situation is where they're going and deploying them to South Texas. So as a state, we need to provide them the resources. One, we need to make sure they're getting paid. We need to make sure that they're rotating them in a way that allows them to go back to their families. But you look at the mental health, right? You make sure that they're in a situation, in a mindset to be able to protect Texas, and to a certain extent that's what they're doing. But I think that's the unfortunate part. Whenever you're dealing with situations like that on a federal issue, I mean, there is Border Patrol agents down there, right? And this is just an aid to the Border Patrol agent. And then you get to the next question. Okay, well, what is the Guard going to do? DPS, law enforcement, Guard, where do they fit in that nexus? And then how does it work, right? A guardsman, man or woman, sees someone crossing the border. Do they notify the department? Do they go through Border Patrol? And we're basically giving the federal government all the resources or extra resources to do a job that they're obligated to do. So it's a tough situation. In a perfect world, we wouldn't be doing that, right? We would use our Guard whenever we have natural disasters or situations like that. But we're dealing with this. So how things change, hopefully we can scale back on the presence of the Guard down there because it's unfortunate what's happening. And these men and women are plucked out of their communities, and we need them when there's a natural disaster. We don't need them sitting in the brush, flagging down 2 undocumented folks and then notifying DPS, and then they'll notify Border Patrol to come in and make some arrests, and then ultimately find out it was just, 2 asylum seekers, and then they'll send them off to the respite center, and then they'll be sitting there getting processed, and the next thing you know, they're getting bused to another community. I mean,
And the legislature, I mean, you were talking about the sacrifice that these folks make to be out there. The legislature did cut the student tuition assistance program for National Guardsmen. That's something that Major General Seltzer has advocated and has asked for. He wants that funding back and to increase that funding. And there's also proposals from some of your colleagues to provide death benefits for people who unfortunately die, like Specialist Bishop Evans, who died trying to rescue migrants in the river. I'll ask you, Representative Longoria and Representative Morales, I mean, are those things that you could support?
Of course. Look, both my daughters are Girl Scouts. They donated cookies to these guardsmen. And to see their faces of these men and women, I mean, they're performing hard work. They're out in the South Texas heat, right? Working and doing their part on what they can do for this entire situation. And whatever we can do to help out those men and women, I mean, they're good Texans. The fact that they signed up for, working as guardsmen, I mean, that tells you a lot about their character. So anything we can do as a state to help these men and women, I think we should all be for it. Just the way we double down on border security, we need to double down on the men and women that are actually doing the work.
Representative Morales, same
Agree.
question.
100% agree. We went out, our families and our friends, and we were able to, I think it was July the 4th, when we took hot dogs and burgers, and we actually cooked them there in the tent. They allowed us to see these young men and women and the work that they're doing, but also to see how they're away from their families and the long extended periods of time. And then you constantly hear in our newspaper either somebody, either drowning or physically, getting hurt or committing suicide. It's hard. It's hard for them. And I think we definitely need to do more for them and their families. And I 100% would support those measures.
Okay. I think we're about ready to start taking questions. I'll ask one more question to Representative Morales and Longoria. We've talked a lot about the mission. It does seem like there's conversation about it. It has worked for you guys, and there are benefits from it. $3 billion, though, was the, I think, appropriations bill. Now we're at $4 billion with some of these transfers that, it has to be said, have taken from other agencies that need that, like the Criminal Justice Agency, the Juvenile Justice Department. And so if leadership presents to you guys another $3 billion bill for what Operation Lone Star is going to look like, is that something you can support, or are you going to have conversations about that?
Well, I think conversations on how it's being spent, but being from South Texas, and me and the mayor and Mr. Morales and the judge, but us directly down in the Rio Grande Valley, we've been direct beneficiaries over the last decade of all this border funding, right? Hotel occupancy taxes are up. Our restaurants are full, and there's constantly a law enforcement presence, which actually I think helps keep the community safe, right? Indirectly.
The flip side is that money is going towards you guys, where it could be going to the rest of the state.
I tell everyone this:
right, yeah.
If the state of Texas wants to spend $4 billion to protect the border, and a majority of that money is going to my backyard, how can I be against it? Right? And that's a decision for everyone else that lives outside of South Texas in the Rio Grande Valley to make. And that's a discussion that can be had with their elected officials on whether that's an initiative. But by all means, if we're going to send Texan dollars to the border to protect the border and in a sense protect my backyard, I'm all for it.
Representative Morales, $3 billion bill coming your way. You in or out?
I'm in. I agree with Representative Longoria's comments, but I think we need to also add the measures that we discussed. Substantive ways that we can try to fix the core issue. And I think we can get there if we all set our differences aside, focus on the things that can bind us together, focus on those things, and pass effective immigration reform policies at the state level, and then just see what the Department of Justice does. And we can do it through workforce agreements, I think, and we can do it through a number of, like, that EIM pilot project. And then also make sure, you have the added issue, like the judge hasn't had an opportunity to tell you how, but we constantly are communicating how these 49 or 50 folks pass, and then you have to have troopers shifted over to that area. But they don't have hotels, they don't have Airbnbs, and so now they're having to spend an hour getting to Sanderson and an hour back, and that's just costing, again, taxpayer monies, because they could be actually patrolling in Sanderson. And again, those are ways that I think we can fix the issue. If there's going to be an additional allotment of money, that we can retrofit some buildings that the judge and I have addressed to make sure that we have the law enforcement there where it's needed most, not having to travel 1 hour one way and 1 hour back at the end of the shift.
3 hours to Odessa.
Ken Paxton doesn't seem like a guy who's afraid of the federal government. So
I think we've got a question over here.
Yeah, hi. According to economist Ray Perryman of the Perryman Group, Texas lost an estimated $477 million in produce, labor, and fuel due to Governor Abbott's enhanced checks of commercial trucks for border security in April of this year. This resulted in an estimated $9 billion loss in GDP between April 6th through the 15th, only to turn up nothing out of these extensive searches of commercial trucks. Now, I understand that border security is a federal issue, relatively speaking, but do you have any thoughts on the ways that Texas can prevent catastrophic spending that yields no results for knee-jerk reactions like Governor Abbott and these border security checks?
Is there anyone in particular you want to answer that?
I'll let the Republicans take that first.
No, but that's very simple. I think we all agreed that we disagreed with that action. I mean, there's no question about it. I think we all disagree with that action. I think it was, in a sense, a political move that backfired. So, I mean, that's basically it. All of us disagree with it.
But is there something that you think we can do to prevent that happening in the future?
Well, there you go. I kick it to the reps.
Again, the new legislation, the bill draft, make sure that we incorporate certain substantive measures there that would address it, and maybe also certain prohibitions, from the governor taking. I don't know how that's going to go. I'm just thinking out loud here, guys. So, Representative Longoria?
I got a question over here.
Yes. I'm Mark Terry. I'm with the Elementary Principals Association. I've had an opportunity to visit some of the schools in your communities. A couple of questions. Impact on services in the school and impact on the services for students in the communities. Have those been impacted by this situation?
Can you ask that question again, just maybe more succinctly?
Yeah. When I talk to principals, they talk about services for students mainly being impacted by the community, the services going other places maybe. Can you talk about how the state can help impact services for students in those communities?
Regarding the immigration issues?
Yes.
Okay. Well, even though we're not in the school or anything, but for us it's very easy. You have a lot of kids that come in with their parents, but as far as our area, they don't stick around. They just flow through, so we really haven't had an impact or anything. They go, the next day they're pretty much out. So I don't know about the different areas, but as far as the border, usually that's not the area they want to stay in. They usually want to go to, I guess it'd be a question more appropriate for Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, or even further in. But for our area, at least McAllen, the Rio Grande Valley, I don't think we've been impacted at all.
Okay. Thank you.
Judge Carruthers?
Yes, I kind of want to touch on that just a bit. So we did mention Uvalde in the last thing, and possibly securing the schools and making sure that the schools have bullet-resistant buildings or whatever the safety measures may be. In my situation, which I would love to have some type of a funding consideration for the school systems that can't afford to get their schools all bullet resistant and whatnot. I have a lot of hypersuits that end up on foot, and I literally had to lock down my school not too long ago. And the little community, having that particular group running through the community and me having to make a phone call to my superintendent to lock it down. If the funding becomes available to enhance the schools, it's a two-win. It's a two-part win because, yes, we are affected by whatever's coming across border situation-wise, but also secure our schools in a fashion where, we're a little bit more safeguarded. So we could win in that aspect.
Question over here.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Alani Zogby. I live here in Austin. I'm an advocate. I grew up in the Valley and Laredo. My family's in Penitas, La Jolla, and despite what my husband says, they're two very different places, even though they're 3 miles away. And my lineage also goes back to the 1520s here in Texas. So again, long history, but the Valley has changed and the border has changed so much over the last few years. And my concern really is just for safety. My grandfather's land, his ranch, is also on the river. My mom's house the border wall is from here to the other side of the stadium. You can literally go walk and touch it. And safety isn't what it used to be. Even taking my kids to visit in the summer, and actually the safety issues stem more, I'm more concerned about law enforcement, sadly enough, than I am from the immigrants that come across. Like there's drones overhead, so you have no privacy. My kids can't walk from my mom's house to my grandfather's house in the pajamas without being, without surveillance. There was one time when we were down there and Border Patrol decided to storm into the property because they felt there was somebody in the back without a warrant, without permission. My kids could have been playing outside and they would have been hurt. Well, my grandfather...
We're running a little short on time. I think there's
sure.
someone behind you, so if you could ask the question.
Okay, well, real quick. So I guess my big thing is safety. And to be quick, my grandfather, because they didn't have permission, couldn't do anything. So what he did was he closed the gate. He closed the gate so the Border Patrol couldn't leave. So they had to ask him permission to leave, because what power does a 94-year-old man have? But again, there is these safety issues. So what can any of you do to ensure the safety of the people who actually live along there and have been there for generations?
Well, I went to school in La Jolla, and I actually represent La Jolla and Peñitas. And my district office, one of my offices is in Peñitas, and you can literally see the border from the office.
My family's at Ramirez's. We live right by
Yes,
the church.
okay, so I know them. Well, look, this is a situation that always occurs because we've doubled down on law enforcement. So you have an influx of DPS. There is a lot of Border Patrol agents. And now with technology, you're seeing more of the blimps. You see all those aerostats. And unfortunately, if you're really close proximity to the border, it's an issue that unfortunately you have to deal with. I've seen. Now, it's unfortunate because I have constituents call me all the time, like they'll show up from work and there'll be a drove of individuals that have been detained and they're in their front yard, and we deal with issues where they cut fences. It's where law enforcement needs to have a balance, and they need to understand that those areas are heavily populated by folks that live there, and for safety concerns, if you're gonna go ahead and funnel individuals, funnel them to an area that's a little bit more safe. Many times they don't have that opportunity, but if they can, we just need to make sure as legislators, as elected officials, to tell them like, hey, if you can go further west to the more desolate areas, do that, because sometimes they'll funnel them in and they just want to get on a roadway really quick, which is a quick city street to just jump on, and that causes all that. But you're seeing more of it because of the extra presence, right? It always existed, but it would kind of just pass through because they don't want to stay there, they just want to continue to cross. But now because we have the cameras and we have the drones, we're seeing them and they're intercepting them, and that's what's causing those issues. And I've seen houses ransacked where individuals haven't eaten for days because they've trekked that long course and water, and it's unfortunate, but that's the bad side of being so close proximity to the South Texas border.
Right, so there's a bad side. So any plans or any ideas as to what could help the residents that live there from dealing with what they have to deal with?
I think DPS has done a good job to try to move some of that stuff to more rural areas. It's Border Patrol. I mean, what is Border Patrol doing? How are they running their routes? How are they setting up, their horses? How are they running their boats? Because you can put a presence in those areas that are close proximity to a neighborhood and funnel those individuals, kind of a certain area where we can't cross here, but we can cross over there. Well, that's what they need to do. And really, it goes back to the federal government. I mean, that's something where they have to make those decisions on how they're going to execute their plan and how they're going to protect the border. And
bring it up with the feds, hot potato. Thank you for your question.
Right, thank you.
The next person, we have under 3 minutes, so if it could be brief.
Got it. My name is Taylor Trevino. I'm an organizer here in Austin and Latino communities. I've got lots of family in the Valley. So this is a follow-up with, I think it was Representative Morales. Were you implying that we should create a $2,000 to $5,000 application fee for asylum seekers? Would that create an unjust barrier to people seeking asylum? And do we want to be a state that is profiting off of people fleeing violence?
Profiting off of people that are what?
Fleeing violence.
Fleeing violence.
Yeah, if we're going to create this type of barrier, I understand we want to, benefit economically where we can, and obviously diminish human trafficking and things like that. But charging people $5,000, I don't know. Can you clarify, please?
Yeah, well, they're going to pay it one way or the other, right? They're going to pay it to the human smugglers or the cartel, or they can do it through land ports where it's much safer for them as well as our law enforcement, and we're actually providing a service to
Or
them.
can they come and turn themselves in for free, as what I thought was typically the process with asylum seeking?
You know,
I'm not an expert, but sorry.
Yeah,
I think we need to, the expenses that are associated with this and the losses that we have, just on HB 9 alone, $1.8 billion additional monies. I think we need to be good stewards as legislators, and I think that the taxpayers of Texas would expect us to think outside the box and make sure that there's ways that we can recoup this money that's not coming out of the backs of Texans. I think they're coming, they're wanting a better life. They're already in their head, they've already, assured themselves there's an expense associated with that, and there's a benefit that they get. Every one of them, I think, would happily pay those $2,000 if they knew that they could get that, Texas EIN pilot project purple card and, be here in the state of Texas and have some sort of pathway to residency, for example, after 5 or 7 years. I'm also adding that there should be an annual renewal fee so that we can keep check on them, and as well as they understand there's got to be money, there's got to be a buy-in, there's got to be, when it costs someone something, I think the chances are much more that they're vested, because it's not just being given free to them. They're actually having to put something now to it.
I feel like that
Representative Morales, we've actually run out of time. You actually weirdly hit it right on the zero on the countdown here. So we've run out of time, but thank you so much to the panelists, and thank you for your questions, and thank you so much.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit THA.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit tha.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit THA.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit THA.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit tha.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit tha.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit THA.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit THA.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Our need for hospitals didn't end with the pandemic. This session, hospitals need commitments from the Texas legislature to help fill critical open jobs in healthcare, ensure financial stability, and bolster behavioral and public health resources on behalf of our patients. Visit THA.org to learn more about our work to protect Texas hospitals and the patients they serve.
This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Open enrollment is here. This is a time for many Texans to decide which health insurance plan is best for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas offers multiple health plan options, some with $0 copays in all 254 counties. Our Think Blue team is here to help you enroll. Visit thinkbluetx.com to find a free event near you or to register for one of our virtual seminars. You can also call us Monday through Friday at 866-427-7497. We look forward to serving you.
Hello. Good afternoon. Sorry to interrupt. Hope everyone enjoyed their boxed lunch. We are now proceeding with our afternoon session of this legislative symposium, and I'd like to call up our next panel on public education, moderated by Brian Lopez, our public education reporter. Welcome.
Thank you guys for being here today and joining us. Sewell mentioned this is going to be a panel on the public education and the legislative session. Before I get started, this session is supported by Raise Your Hand Texas, Texas 2036, Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute, Texas State Technical College, Methodist Healthcare Ministries of South Texas, and the Texas Association of Community College. And we'll go ahead and introduce our panelists today. Today we have State Rep Harold Dutton, the chairman of the House Public Education Committee. Dutton, a native of Fifth Ward, Texas, and a lifelong Democrat, his roots began in Kelly Courts. After graduating from Phyllis Wheatley High School when he was only 16 years old, Dutton attended Texas Southern University, where he earned a BBA in accounting. Dutton's academic and professional achievements resulted in his designation as a distinguished alumnus by the TCU School of Business. Representative Dutton is also a graduate of the Thurgood Marshall Law School of Law, where he was inducted into the Who's Who in American colleges and universities. In the 87th legislative session, Dutton was named the chairman of the House of the Public Education Committee, the first African-American member of the Texas House in Texas history to be designated. Dutton's many legislative achievements include successful sponsorships of Texas's first statutory program to assist women and minority-owned businesses, initiatives to enhance public education, particularly in alternative education, and creation of incentives to the problems of insurance availability and affordability in traditionally underserved areas. Other legislative achievements include legislation for Texas' annual sales tax holiday, and legislation permitting ex-offenders to gain the right to vote, and providing compensation for wrongly convicted individuals. And then we have State Rep Gary Van Dever. During the 87th legislature, Dr. Gary Van Dever served his fourth term as a state representative of Texas House District 1, that then included Bowie, Lamar, and Franklin and Red River counties. The redistricting of legislative districts in 2021 changed House District 1 to include Bowie, Cass, Lamar, Morris, and Red River counties. House Speaker Dade Phelan appointed Rep. Van Dever to continue serving on the House Committee of Appropriations and the House Committee of Public Education, which he has served since his first term in 2015. Last fall, Speaker Phelan appointed him also to serve on the Texas Commission of Community Colleges, funding to make recommendations to the 88th legislature that convenes next month. While in the legislature, Representative Van Dever has helped draft responsible state budgets that held overall state spending below the rate of inflation and population growth. Over the years, Van Dever has passed legislation specifically for interest in House District 1, including bills related to the election of trustees for the Paris Junior College, appointment of bailiffs in Bowie County Courts, additional powers for the Tex America Center, and numerous public education bills. He also spent 33 years in public education, most recently serving as superintendent of the New Boston Independent School District before his initial election to the Texas House in 2014. So with that, we'll talk till about 1:45, and then we'll open up to questions. So with that, let's get started into the issues heading into next session concerning public education. So the first thing I want to talk about is school safety. It's in top of mind for many parents, children, educators, and I'm sure legislatures and lawmakers heading into this school year. As we all know, we are about 7 months after the deadliest shooting in Texas, where 19 children, 2 teachers died in Uvalde at Robb Elementary. With more than 1,000 school districts with multiple campuses and multiple bills already filed, mostly on addressing safety and mental health, what does a successful school safety bill priorities look like next session?
Well, let me start and say by saying thank you for inviting me to this, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve with my colleague, Representative Van Dever. Let me start by saying school safety, the safest place on the planet for a student ought to be at school. No parent should ever worry about their child coming home from school. And having said that, though, we recognize that during the time when the shooting happened in Uvalde, oddly enough, our public education committee was meeting that day, and we were meeting, and I was conducting the meeting as chairman, and I got a text that said somebody had been slain in Uvalde, but I didn't know, they didn't say why. Eventually, I got another text saying, wait a minute, what had happened was there had been several students killed and a couple of teachers killed. But oddly enough, at the same time, we were hearing in our committee, we were hearing one of the charges, interim charges that the speaker had given us to do, and it was about the mental health in schools. And that's what we were doing at the time. We were hearing comments from the invited testimony and members of the committee on what we should do about mental health to improve school safety. I still think that is, by and large, one of the areas in which we have to do a better job, both for students in school and out of school, so that we can somehow or another get to the point where all students are safe at school. The problem that we have run into as a committee is, and this happens more often than not, our committee hears of a problem, and then we as the committee will start designing a solution to that problem, and in many cases what we design is a solution that is a one-size-fits-all kind of solution. And we sometimes don't recognize that one-size-fits-all is not the answer to the problem on the first part, and the second place is it usually doesn't fit anybody. And so what we've tried to do in terms of school safety is leave it as much as we could at a local level to make the decisions about what they particularly need to improve the safety of their schools. We do have a Safe Schools Committee that what they do is try to go and make sure that there are certain things done to improve the safety having to do with access to the campus and those kinds of things. But at the end of the day, it still comes down to us. One of the things we heard during the interim was that sometimes teachers, for example, don't know who to go to if they perceive that there is a problem with a student. They sometimes, teachers that we've heard from, say they talk about it, but they just wasn't aware of who they needed to go talk to about a student. And I'll just give you one quick example. I went to a school, and as I toured the school, I came down to a room that was the teacher told me that was an ISS room. And I said, well, I want to go in there and I want to see. Well, we went to the door was locked, and they opened it, and this big guy came out and stood in the middle of the doorway, and the teacher said, well, this is Representative Dutton. He wants to see what's happening in here. And he finally moved and let us in. So I went to talk to the students who were sitting around a desk, a wall desk, and the first one was a young lady who, and I went to her and I asked her, why was she there? Because the teacher told me that this is the last place they send you before they call the police on you or put you out of school. And the young lady said, well, she had had a fight. The teacher standing next to me said, no, tell Mr. Dutton the truth. You always have fights. And so I told the young lady, I said, look, as a lawyer, I am a good friend of Don King's, and I represent lots of boxers. And if you want to learn to box, maybe I could sign you up and we could both get paid. And so she said, no, I don't want to do that. And I said, well, tell me why you have fights. And she said, why are you getting in my Kool-Aid? I said, well, look, I came to help. I just want to know the answer. She said, well, the kids pick on me. And I said, well, why do you think they pick on you? And she said, well, you sure are getting in my mix. I said, well, look, I just want to know. And she said, well, sometimes I have to wear the same clothes to school every day. And I asked, you have to wear the same clothes to school? She said, yeah, let me tell you this, sir. My dad died, my mom is in prison, and I live with my aunt. And sometimes when I come home from school, my aunt is not there, and I have to stay on the front porch all night. I looked at the teacher and I said, did somebody recognize that this student has a problem? She said, well, I don't know. I said, well, somebody should have recognized. If a child shows up at the school every day with the same clothes on, you have to recognize that something is going on in a child's life, and somebody ought to be adult enough to at least ask a question. Well, we found out what was going on. She said she didn't have a key, her aunt didn't give her a key, but she still came to school. And so to me, that was quite impressive. And we got involved in that child's life, and we got as much as we could, we got it turned around. But my point in bringing that up is that teachers, and I know we ask a lot of teachers. We ask probably too much of teachers. In fact, this morning we were on a panel, Representative Van Dever and I said to them that the education code had some 900 pages in it. And I'm not sure, I've read them all, but I'm not sure they all need to be there, because it seems to me that what we ought to do is leave it up to teachers to teach, and so that they can identify if a student has a problem, then they refer that student someplace so they get the problem addressed. On the other hand, I still think the climate in this state and in this country is one that somehow or another has said to people that the way to solve a problem is with a gun. And we need to stop that. We need to change that. We need to at least be able to see that adding more guns to a situation where there are guns is not a solution, but that creates more of a problem. And I'm sorry for taking so long, but...
Yeah, I agree with Chairman, and we know that if we can't ensure the parents and the students, at least to some degree, that they are safe, it's really difficult for learning to take place. I think research certainly shows that if you are worried about your safety, you really are not open to learning. And so we have to do whatever we can to create safe environments, and I think we're working on that. The problem is, again, as Chairman Dutton said, it is absolutely not a one-size-fits-all. As a former superintendent, the school from which I retired, I felt like I graduated when I left. The high school alone covered about 4 or 5 city blocks with streets running between them. Ag building was down the street over here, the stadium was over here, and field house and band hall, and to try to secure that was just almost impossible. And so and some of the newer facilities that are being built today are not that way. They're designed with safety in mind, but the reality is we're still occupying a lot of buildings in this state that were built 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, and safety was not really, one of the primary concerns at that time. Safety was, but trying to combat the things we're dealing with today was not. So say all that to say, we know that, we have a tendency in the legislature, if there's a problem, we throw money at it and hope someone fixes it. And that's probably what's going to happen to some extent. And it needs to. Fixes to these issues are expensive. I have schools that are trying to repair all their doors, make sure all their doors lock, and put in alarm systems, put in monitoring systems, and everything that it takes to try to make a building safe. That's very expensive in today's world, and so it's going to take funding. My hope is that we will fund and basically through a safety allotment, if you will, and leave the details to the local district to decide how to spend that money and how best to use the funding to be able to secure their buildings and ensure student safety. One thing that I think we should note, a lot of the hardening of the buildings that we see going on right now and implementation of different programs, and it's all over the place, and a lot of really good things out there. But most of the schools that I've talked to are funding it with COVID relief funds, which will, by the way, go away very soon. So I think we as a legislature need to be cognizant of that. We need to be prepared to come in when those funds stop or before, and make sure that there's not a gap so that we can fund school safety on an ongoing basis. It's not going away. We recognize that. The need is not going away, and so we need to be prepared to continue to address it, because again, that should be, it's unfortunate that it's this way, but that should be our primary goal in anything we do in public education, is to first ensure their safety and then ensure student outcomes. So.
I want to pivot into something else, which schools have been dealing with a lot the last, after the pandemic hit, before the pandemic hit, but the pandemic kind of seemed to exacerbated the teacher shortages of counselors. I know some schools are trying their best to fill in gaps here and there. I'm hearing some classrooms are too big. Their sub-teachers are having, more students. So what does this kind of look like in this session with funding to give either teachers more money or schools more resources? Especially, and trying to get not only keep the teachers that are there, but create some sort of pipeline to keep a revolving kind of steady stream of people that want to go into the profession.
Well, I appreciate the question. The answer is that teacher shortages are being experienced all over the country. It's not just here in Texas. But one of the things we heard during our interim hearing was that there are 2 ways in which we get teachers in the state of Texas. One is going through the traditional schools and universities, and the other one is an alternative certification method. And when the person testifying to us indicated that the percentage of teachers leaving the profession were disproportionately alternatively certified. And what that said to me was, what I started asking questions about though, was whether or not those particular people had really teaching in mind as a first alternative, but chose to do that until their first alternative showed up somehow or another. And when they took the alternative certification route, they went to teach, but then when that first alternative showed up, they decided not to teach. And so that raised the question in my mind as to how we should deal with that. But at the same time, I also recognize that the teaching profession is dominated 75% female. And I don't think you'd find anybody in this audience anywhere that would disagree that the discriminatory pay scale for females has been in existence for a long time, not only just in this state, but in this nation. And so if you want to turn around that whole problem of teachers coming into the profession and leaving, and one of the things we ought to do is get the pay scale up to a point where, for example, a chemistry major who decides, well, do I decide to go teach or do I decide to go to work for Exxon? Well, I think most of us know the answer to that. We'd go to work for Exxon because the pay is going to be significantly different. But that ought not to be the case. We ought to fix it so that a teacher, a person who goes into teaching, doesn't have to worry about whether or not they're going to have to get a second job to maintain a household, to whether or not they're going to do anything in terms of trying to provide for a family. But at the same time, I recognize that males aren't going to be drawn to that profession because of the pay. And somehow or another, we've got to improve the pay, and that will increase the access to teaching on the parts of males. Now, I don't mean for anybody to think that I mean, most of my teachers were females, and I just loved them. I mean, most of us couldn't be here without great teachers, and most of the great teachers I had were females. But it's the same thing is true for teaching as it is. I spoke to a nursing organization, and what they were trying to do is to design a method by which they could attract more males to the nursing profession. And I told them they were going to have a hard time doing that because I can remember, and probably you all do too, whenever I got hurt, I ran right past my dad to my mom because I didn't want him to have to deal with it. I wanted her to deal with it. But at the same time, when we start to resolve this problem of teaching, and in terms of pay, and in terms of what we're requiring teachers to do, we have to be respective of the fact that the legislature can't keep putting things on teachers to do other than teach. When we start requiring teachers to do things that go beyond teaching, we've actually invaded and caused many teachers to decide to leave the profession simply because of that. So anyway, one of the things we got to deal with is that teaching, the loss of teachers or the disproportionate numbers of teachers that are not, that are leaving the professions, or somehow or another disproportionately in schools made up of children of one particular race or another. And most commonly, it is the students of color whose schools have been absent a lot of number of teachers who decide to leave the profession. And so we've got to address all those things. But all those are basically part and parcel of this whole question of teachers and pay and teachers leaving the profession.
Yeah, I agree, and I want to kind of expound on some of that as well. You know, we all recognize, I think, I hope, that teacher salaries are not where they need to be. We know that we need to continue, and by the way, we have made some great strides over the past couple of sessions, I think, to increase teacher pay, but it is not as competitive as it should be, and again, we should be drawing those chemists from Exxon and enticing them to go into teaching. But I don't believe that pay alone is going to be the answer to the problem, because, as Chairman alluded to, that the working conditions are probably equally responsible for good teachers leaving the field. They're worn out, especially after COVID. We're asking a lot of them, longer hours. Classroom management is an issue. A lot of teachers who leave are fed up with the lack of authority in the classroom. Truancy is an issue that we have to look at and try to address to get those students in school more often. Teachers are frustrated because a child will be in their room on Monday and then miss 3 or 4 days and come back, and it's just not a good learning environment. I will also say a couple of other things. One is talking about the pipeline coming in, the university or alternative cert, whichever direction someone takes. We have to, I think, find a way to I think the student teaching, the practicum, I think is very important. I think that may be the difference between the university method and the alternative cert method in a lot of cases. The time in the classroom under a mentor teacher is very important. The problem is there are very few people today who can afford to go unpaid for 3 or 4 months while they do their student teaching. And so I think it would be wise of us to find a way to have those teachers, those future teachers, earn a salary while going through the practicum. The other thing I'll say is we know the pipeline is not adequate. Universities tell us, their enrollment in the education field is down considerably. And so we know we need to fill that pipeline. But the problem is, if we fill the pipeline today, we're still probably 4 to 5 years away from seeing that in our classrooms. And so we're going to have a gap that I think we have to address. We can't ignore this gap, even if we could fill the pipeline today. And I believe the best way to fill that gap is going to be with retired educators. We have to, I think, tear down barriers to retirees coming back into the classroom. I think we have created a situation with the extended layout period, the surcharge that's required. We built these barriers, and I get why. We want to protect the retirement system, but we need those people back in the classroom. And so we have to break those barriers that would allow them to come back in the classroom. You think about it, those people are already trained, they're experienced, and they have what I consider to be the real magic solution. They have the calling. And I truly believe that teaching is a calling, and those people have it, and we need them today more than ever. We need them back in that classroom.
And I think, coming out of this kind of pandemic period for schools, teachers leaving because of it, fights over masks, vaccines, books, and things like that, has kind of given a resurgence, I guess, of school choice being a priority for some legislators this spring. There's been a couple already filed, or bills filed. What does the school choice voucher system work in Texas? We know how Republicans are kind of split on this. What does that look like this session, and what are you guys' thoughts on just this whole kind of fight over kind of parent empowerment?
Well, school choice and the whole voucher question has come up in the legislature before. It's come up at least 3 or 4 times since I've been in the legislature. And every time I think it's been defeated. The last time I think was last session. We had the voucher bill kind of get to the floor, and there were more than 100 votes against it. I don't see much in the way of, other than it's now more vocal. But the question becomes, when you talk about school choice, is it a choice between, a real choice? Is it a real choice between a good school and a bad school? I mean, I think of it this way. I said to somebody that if all the schools were basically doing what I think they should do, which is unlock the genius in every child who shows up at the front door, then I might be considering that, because then it would be a real choice. It would be a choice between a great school and a great school. But I'm not sure that's what most of the people are aimed at now. Not only that, I think you have to ask yourself the question, what is the problem that they're trying to cure with school choice? If it's, and people have told me that, to my face, that, well, Representative Dutton, we think that parents who have their kids locked in a low-performing school ought to have some way out. I said, well, they do now. And they said, what? I said, why don't we go fix the dang school? Why don't we just fix the school? Because the reality is that, and I've talked to the private schools also, the private schools don't want vouchers. They don't want that to be in effect in Texas. They would rather not have that because they recognize that they don't invite the state into their whole business, into their schools. And I recognize that, but I also will acknowledge that for many of us, the school board elections come around, and sometimes people get elected to the school board with less than 5% of the vote taking place. Think about that, less than 5% of the vote taking place in an area, and yet that's who gets elected to school boards. Somehow or another, we need to change all that paradigm so that at least we get like my friend says, if you don't vote, you get the kind of government you need, that you don't want. And I think that's true, particularly when it comes to school board elections, that we ought to do something that improves the outcome for children in these schools. And I said this morning too, 2 things that ought to dominate this session. That's we ought to increase student outcomes, and we ought to increase teachers' incomes so that you don't have continuing this idea that somehow or another vouchers are going to be the answer to what's happening in public schools. To me, in my way of thinking, what it would do simply is take more money away from public schools, so you'd have less now resources to fix the problem that exist in public schools. The real concern for all of you all ought to be this, that to the extent that a voucher program is implemented in Texas, and it takes some students out of campuses into other campuses, into private school campuses. Think about this. Your children are still going to end up intermingling with those children from that other school anyway. And when that happens, you're going to hope that they have a book bag and not something else. And so what we can all do is we all got to do a better job of fixing our public schools. And having said that, let me tell you one of the crises that we're facing in this state. If you go look at the 3rd grade reading scores for all of Texas, you'll find that we have an impending crisis on our hands because children are not reading on grade level, who are not reading on grade level by 3rd grade. As I'm fond of saying, that's when they drop out of school. they leave in 9th grade, but they dropped out in 3rd grade because what happens is you have to, between pre-K and 3rd grade, you learn to read. After 3rd grade, you read to learn. And if you never get that first part done, you simply never get to the point where you read to learn. And as a consequence, what happens is you finally roll along until 9th grade and then you leave, then you go away. And so that's why I was never fond of dropout programs that are targeted at 9th grade. We ought to target those at 3rd grade. We ought to make sure that every child who leaves 3rd grade can read. And let me say this finally. I took a look at what other states are doing with this. And some states are doing nothing, but some states are doing quite well at it. The state of Mississippi, for example, they have a law in Mississippi now that says if you have 4 chances to move from 3rd grade, but you have to prove that you can read. And I'm not sure Texas is ready for that because we don't necessarily do things to make sure that every child has the same resources so that they can learn to read. But we ought to do that, and we have to do that. And as I said to the governor, it is important for us because in 10 years, 12 years, those children who can't read are going to show up as the statistics in our employment, as just in our social, they're going to be so in our social service systems because they won't be able to maintain the jobs in Texas at that time. And so we ought to do something now. We don't have tomorrow to do it, but we ought to do it today because those children who can't read in 3rd grade, as I said before, they're the canary in the mine shaft for us that says, look, this is what Texas is going to look like if we don't do something. Right now to this day, between the ages of 18 and 25, we have almost 5 million people who don't have a high school diploma. Think about that. Almost 5 million people who don't have a high school diploma in the state of Texas. We can't go on like that. And the truth is that the student population is becoming one more of color. And we need to pay attention to that so that we can now make sure that every child, as I said before, every child who shows up at the front door of the school, we unlock the genius in that child. I used to think, and I know you all have seen it too, as you drive around, particularly the inner cities, you see just hordes and hordes of men standing on the corner who are doing nothing and going no place. And I used to wonder, Representative Van Diva, why don't they go get a job or something? And perhaps you've done that too, except I started now rethinking that whole thing. Since I know that God doesn't invent junk, we have to invent our own junk. And so, since God didn't invent junk, I wonder what he placed in one of those persons who are standing out there. I wonder what he placed in them that we don't get the benefit of simply because we didn't educate them. And the truth is that most of them, like I said before, they dropped out in 3rd grade when they couldn't read. And yet we moved them through the system, and somehow or another they left at 9th grade, and that's how they end up out there on the side of the road. So anyway, that's I'm probably going over beyond the question. But again, public education to me, I wouldn't be here, and perhaps you wouldn't either, without public education. And so I just know that the time is right for us to do things, and vouchers simply divert us from doing the things we need to do.
Yeah, I mean, what can I add? I think Chairman pretty well covered it, and I agree. We face some serious challenges today in public education, and I don't think any of us want to pretend that those challenges are not there. We have to recognize the challenges we have, and we have some schools who are not that are not performing. And we need to give them the resources they need and the direction they need to be able to turn those schools around. And I think that's what we have tried to do. You know, I get the sense, and maybe this is not accurate, but I get the sense, you know, things start going the way you don't agree with at the federal level, and you hear people saying, well, we should secede. Things are going the way you maybe don't agree with at the public school, and people say, well, we should just leave our public schools. I'm thankful that our forefathers didn't quit. You know, as Texans, we face challenges, and we conquer challenges, and these challenges are no greater than the challenges that the people who came before us face, and we are benefiting from them standing strong, facing those challenges, and solving those problems. We owe it to the next generation to do the same, and we don't do that by abandoning our public schools and the children who are in them. We have to provide them the resources, and a voucher program would take money. I know there are those who say this is not the case, but if there is money to go to a voucher, then that money should be going to a public school, and we have school choice. Again, we have to be careful that we don't confuse choice and voucher. They're not the same. We have school choice in Texas. Students in my district, in my house district, can choose among several schools if they want to go to a neighboring school. There are schools that will allow a child to transfer between campuses, and so, you know, we create in our minds these huge problems, and then feel that the solution is to leave and to abandon it. And I have to think that sometimes, you know, that's the ultimate goal anyway, is to do that. So, and I'll say this, and I'll probably get in trouble for this. My staff's here on the front row. They're probably going to throw a bottle of water at me when I when I say this. But I was raised in rural Texas. I'm not real complicated, okay? I'm fairly simple the way I see things, and I was raised to believe that where there's smoke, there's fire, and I was taught that all my life, pretty much. That, you know, if there's smoke, there's fire, and I believe that. But over the last 8 years, I've come to realize that sometimes where there's smoke, there's a smoke machine. Okay? And so I think it's important that we as legislators do our due diligence and determine if there's truly a fire there or if it's just a machine. And I fear that sometimes the things that make the headlines are just that. It's just smoke.
Amen.
Real quick, I want to leave time for questions. I know this is a big issue, but talking about student outcomes, you know, last session, 2021, get my years wrong now, but you know, there was things like, the two things that come to my head was like House Bill 4545, which was required tutoring for kids that, you know, failed sections of the STAR to kind of be able to catch them up with that interrupted learning. There were things like reading academies, and both of those things, you know, I don't know what you guys have heard from teachers and school districts, but, you know, teachers and superintendents have told me it's been hard trying to meet those requirements of HB 45. There's a lack of people that want to tutor, and then with reading academies, teachers, you know, had to do that at home. They would have to take that, you know, during the weekends because they had a bunch of other things to do. So what does, you know, student outcomes in terms of recovering from this interrupted learning look like in this next session, and as quickly as possible?
Yeah, right. Well, as the House sponsor of House Bill 4545, I will tell you that we put it together because we recognized that students needed to do something, because what has happened is we always had students, some students dominating the bottom educationally. And what the pandemic did is it shoved a whole bunch of students to the bottom. And so now we had to address, what do we do about these students on the bottom? The legislature and House Public Education Committee, we've always tried to improve education by raising the ceiling. We had never before tried to raise the floor. In fact, we had a discussion at one time on the committee, about graduation requirements and whether we ought to institute a condition that you had to pass Algebra 1 to graduate from high school. And I said, well, wait just a minute. Before we do that, we have a number of students who can't pass general math. And so what we're going to do is put education and graduation further out of reach for them. And so we needed to do something to help them. Well, the pandemic shoved so many other students into that category that now we were trying to do something to help them. And that was the beginning of House Bill 4545, because we were trying to figure out how are we going to address this learning deficit that's been created by the pandemic, but has been there all along. We simply had never done much to help it. But I realized, and I've heard from school districts, I've listened to teachers, and I've listened to school superintendents about the problems that we've had with House Bill 45. And I can tell you we'll be making some changes to it come this session so that it will be less onerous on teachers, but at the same time trying to be the vehicle by which we improve student outcomes. Because that, in as much as anything, is what we have to do, and what we ought to say we did at the end of the session for my committee and the whole legislature, is did we do enough to improve student outcomes? Because if we don't, like I said before, we're going to be in a difficult situation here in Texas if we don't do that. Now, the reading academies, again, I've told you, explained to you about reading in Texas. We just have to do something that's going to make a difference in outcomes. It's interesting that we started this whole House Bill 4545, and one of the things we had in it at first was we were going to give school districts a certain amount of money for each student in outcomes of students as they progressed based on how they were doing on how they recovered from the standardized testing. Well, what I heard from school districts kind of shocked me a little bit, because they said they didn't like this idea of student outcomes. I said, yes, you do. They said, no, we don't like student outcomes. We don't like funding based on student outcomes. I said, yes, you do. They said, no, we don't. I said, well, let me explain it to this way. Why don't you give us the money back that we paid you to educate kids who didn't get educated? And then we'll see. I said, you don't do that, so you must like student outcomes. I heard also from colleges and universities who are having to do remedial courses for incoming freshmen who can't meet the standards at that university because the children haven't been sufficiently and adequately educated so that they can begin freshman years. Now, the only people who that dings are the student and the university. Where they came from, the school district they came from, they don't have to engage in that. And the other thing that struck me as strange is that when I looked at many of the school superintendent contracts, guess what it had in it? Funding for student outcomes. And I thought, well, wait a minute now, that's something wrong with that. But anyway, we're going to improve House Bill 4545, and we're going to try to do something that changes the paradigm for children who are at the bottom. Because one of the things we recognize is that for a child who is behind, and this is the data that comes from the TEA, from Commissioner Morath, he says that in 4 years, only 7% of those kids have caught up. So anyway,
Representative, quickly as you can, so we get to question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know, 4545, I think, was a great piece of legislation, and it was intended to do just what Chairman Dutton has just laid out. And I think where we ran into problems, again, as you mentioned earlier, you know, we try to do a one-size-fits-all, and sometimes it doesn't fit, you know, and I think for a lot of school districts, the way we have 4545 designed at this point, it doesn't fit. And so I look forward to working with Chairman this session to make some changes to it, you know, and make it so that it accomplishes what we intend to accomplish with providing the extra tutoring, the extra help for these students, but yet it's not so onerous on the teachers and on the school district itself. You know, it's kind of an indictment of us, I think. I had a teacher tell me, you know, with 4545, I can't afford to teach. And I said, what do you mean by that? You know, she said, well, with 4545, I'm having to spend so much time on my job that I can't work my second job. Now that's an indictment on us that the teacher, number one, had to have a second job to be able to make a living in addition to the teaching job, and now we have, you know, burdened them to the point that they can't keep that second job. So there's definitely work to be done there, and again, this also folds into teacher retainment and teacher recruitment and just the work environment for teachers. So yeah.
We'll move to questions now if you want to start over here.
For both the members, appreciate your work. The accountability system in Texas today says that about 70+% of our schools, our campuses, are getting an A or a B. Yet at the same time, we all know that academic performance is based on the NAEP, et cetera, fell off the cliff for a good reason, understandably so. COVID was disastrous to academic achievement. So why is it that the accountability system says everything is hunky-dory? At the same time, the reality is far different from that. And wouldn't it be better public policy to be honest about where we are for a lot of different reasons, but also in terms of needed funding for the schools?
Well, let me answer it this way. The accountability system, I look sort of at like when you go to the doctor. If you go to the doctor and the doctor says, you know, your blood pressure is 138 over 72, that sounds real good. But that doesn't mean you're well. That just means your blood pressure isn't high and raised. And you get further checking, and you can find out some other things are wrong. The STAR system and the system we have for accountability, the STAR testing rather, and we've tried to divide it up so that somehow or another we take a look at progress in terms of how campuses are doing, how districts are doing in terms of progress. We take a look at student achievement on the test. And so I don't want us to be lulled to sleep, though, by the fact that I think the point he's raising is that the accountability system seems to suggest that we're doing great. And I think for what it's trying to measure, we are doing great. It's one of the things I have said is a problem because, for example, we take a look at the third grade reading scores and we recognize that less than 30% of our children are on reading grade level. But when you look at graduation rates, we say 90% of our kids are graduating. And you go, well, wait a minute, those seem to be inconsistent at some point. And so I think you've got to be just completely aware and conscious of the fact that this is one measurement that tells you something, but it doesn't say anything about how the whole patient is.
Yeah, we struggle, I think, statewide, nationwide maybe, with coming up with a way to really measure success. What does success look like in a school? Well, I think most of us would agree success is when students leave there with an education that, you know, with the skills they need to either go to a higher education institute or go to work and make a living wage. But that is extremely hard to measure, and I I'm not a fan of the STAR test, and partly because of what you've just described. I don't think the STAR test really measures what we are hoping to measure. So, you know, I think the accountability system is, I mean, we continue to tinker with it, and I don't know that we have hit the solution yet on our accountability system. But the chairman's right. I mean, we can't be lulled by good scores at a school into thinking that everything is perfect with that school, because it's not. And I think we've seen an uptick too because of the CCMR portion of the accountability system. You know, schools were able to get credit for some college career military readiness that maybe they hadn't in the past, and that kind of skewed the scores a little bit. And so it's a constant battle. And I'll be the first to tell you, we have not found the accountability system at this point that truly measures and reports the success or failure of the school.
Go over here.
My question is about teachable children. I learned that as a teacher for 26 years, there was the affective side of learning, and then there was the academic side of learning. And in 2011, when the legislature cut $5.4 billion out of the education budget in my school district, Humble ISD, all of the support staff, social workers were cut so that the district could continue to operate. That was pre-COVID. Today, children are walking into the classroom, and your very first illustration, Mr. Chairman, is exactly the kind of illustration where we need a child we can teach. Texas teachers, all 300,000 of us, are ready, but we need a kid we can teach. Some need glasses, some need a safe place to stay, some need breakfast and don't know how to ask. What can the legislature do to help us now in 2023 get more teachable children inside Texas classrooms?
Well, that's a difficult question, because I think you're going to still get the same students showing up at the front door. Mm-hmm. What we got to do is figure out how inside of that school we create the right resources so that we maximize our ability to change that child to where that child gets an education despite all the other things. When I grew up in Houston, in what was called the Fifth Ward, what's still called Fifth Ward, Texas. And I will tell you, sometimes we used to say we learned more on the way to school than we did in school. And that's still true. But when I look at things like, for example, third grade reading scores, which I talked about a little bit, one of the things I recognized, and looking at other states, is that other states had a criteria where they had had a word list that third graders ought to know. Texas doesn't have that. We don't have that. And I asked one of my educated friends about that, and she said, well, Harold, you got to recognize some kids don't even have a book at home. They don't have books at home. They don't read books at home. That their word vocabulary is very limited in terms of the words they know. I think we've got to do something to help that situation. And some of it may be that we don't have the teacher be the person to have to always be that person doing it. I learned to speak and to talk at church, quite frankly. We read things at church, and you had to get up sometimes and speak at church. And so there are things that when we all recognize that it takes a village to raise a child, we sometimes don't recognize that when that child doesn't turn out the way we want, something was wrong with the village. And sometimes that something that's wrong in the village is not the school and not the teacher. It's the other parts of the community that need to step up and help that child, in some cases help that family, deal with things that sometimes cause children not to learn. And so I realize the question you're asking me is what the legislature can do about that. We can do certain things, but I think the answer comes more generally from things outside the legislature.
Yeah, just real quickly, I agree that we can't. I don't think the legislature can fix that problem. We can chip away at it, and there are things that we know we need to do that we have not had the will to do, and so I'll say that up front. And I also want to point out that this is not a problem that's unique to urban inner city schools. I spent my career in the largest school I was in had a total population of students of 1,500, and the other two were smaller than that. So small schools. And as a principal, I would, more often than I would like to admit, I would have to leave once we checked roll and realized who was not there. I would take the school vehicle around and get those children out of bed, and bring them to school. And again, mom and dad may be at work, whatever the situation, and so fortunately we were small enough that we could respond to those students, and we got them to school. And mom and dad gave us permission, yeah, go get them, please go get them, we can't get them to get out of bed. And so, but it does take the whole community, I think. And we've seen some really good outcomes here in the Austin area with their Communities and Schools program that just kind of wrap the community around the school and provide those services. And I think that model works well. We haven't been able to really replicate that across the state, but I think that model works very well. The community we have to understand that we all benefit when that child is in school, and it's upon us to make sure that child is in school and has those needs met, whether it's hunger, whether it's glasses, whether it's mental health, whatever those issues are. We have to get past this. It's not the child's fault. We can't punish the child just because the parents, or because whoever, is not stepping up and doing what they should do.
Are we out of time?
One more?
One more? No? Well, thank you guys so much for everything. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the invitation.
He'd like to answer the question. Thank you. So Rep. Van Deaver, I like what you were saying about the teacher shortage and the issue with the pipeline, and also addressing the stopgap. And in terms of those teachers who have retired, to get them back, my question was, could you do something in terms of allowing them to continue to collect their retirement but still come back and teach? And then my other question was about the pipeline and attracting more males as teachers. We have something here at UT called the Kendra Scott Women's Entrepreneurship Institute, the idea being that women are underrepresented in entrepreneurship. Could we do something, does higher ed have a role in terms of things to entice more males to this profession?
Absolutely, higher ed has a role, and I think I'm hopeful that this session we will do some things in higher ed that will help that situation. We're working on a bill right now, and I don't know where we'll get with it, and if we can get it to the point that we can pass it. But what I envision happening on your first question is a teacher being able to come back to the classroom, continue to draw their retirement, pay into the retirement system so that the retirement system is not harmed by them coming back into the classroom, And then if they stay a certain amount of time, 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is, give them the opportunity to revest in a second retirement that maybe is at a lower multiplier. And I think that will attract them back into the classroom and give them a reason to stay for a while. And I think not hurt the retirement system. But again, we're working with the numbers and to see where that goes. But absolutely, they can continue to draw their retirement. Yeah.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.